Good afternoon again, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I hope you're well. I hope you don't mind the slightly husky voice. I'm still ill from last week, but about 80% back to normal. I thought my voice sounded pretty sexy, but the missus doesn't think so. So each to their own. Hope you're all well anyway. Really excited for today. Unfortunately, no cross the pond, but a bit of a triple whammy for today anyway, because I've taken the annual leave for Cross the Pond but couldn't get the slots that I needed for the times that I could stream. And alas, I thought, you know what, we don't have to do Cross the Pond, let's look at some alternatives. So today we are heading out of this, the new FlightBeam Studios Minneapolis International Airport, MSP. And we're going to be heading off to the new iniBuilds Palm Springs Airport, surrounded by a beautiful valley and a number of different hills, basically making for some tricky approaches actually as well, very scenic approaches. So I'm looking forward to that. We've got a bit of a long flight today, about 4 hours total block time, and we're in the PMDG 737-800 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. A couple of folks parked up, dotted around Minneapolis here. The links for all of the products you basically are in the live stream description for today. Interesting kind of interiors, because it almost looks like there is an interior. It's a very nice interior, but when you go in, it kind of doesn't let you, if that makes sense. So very smart bit of work from FlightBeam Studios, because it optimizes performance quite significantly, and it gives you the beautiful feels on the apron as well. So sort of turning onto stand and seeing the advertisement boards and all that kind of thing from the outside looking in, remarkably nice. Not necessarily being able to tour the airport. We're going to zip around various different times as we start today's live stream, because at the minute the real world time is this, about 6 AM, and it's about 2 hours. 1 hour 20 minutes prior to sunrise. So we're going to kind of explore the airport in various different light settings for a little bit before we start making our way towards the aircraft, because we've also got today a preview build thanks to PMDG of the Universal Flight Tablet that we've all been looking forward to. Very exciting. So we're going to be checking that out for the very first time today, in order to kind of have a look at its features. It's not an electronic flight bag, don't forget as well. It's a UFT, Universal Flight Tablet, because it's got, from how I understand it, it's got an electronic flight bag within it, but also a number of different add-ons and apps, if you like to call them that, in order to expand the functionality quite a bit. Let's have a look and say hello in the live chat to all of our channel members, wherever you are in the world as well, watching. Welcome, welcome. Perhaps for the first time tuning into the channel. It's great to have you on board with us today. Make sure you hit like and subscribe, and come and say hello in the live chat. The Sledge, hello to you. Loving the intro. Good to hear. David, welcome. Evil Asar, Rab. Good afternoon, folks. MPS Gaming, Mikhail, Lazaros, Kalispera. Hope you're well. Badger, good afternoon, buddy. David A, good morning to you in the States. Ian, g'day to you in Australia as well. Commentator, welcome. Zato, hello buddy, over in the Philippines. I still can't get over the fact that you were in traffic in the Philippines and 2 cars ahead. So, somebody had, not even joking folks, it's in our Discord server, somebody had a British AvGeek sticker in their window of their car, 2 cars ahead of of Zato. So incredible. What are the chances of that? Absolute madness. Mike, hello to you as well. Who else have we got in the live chat? Delta Tango, Night Shepherd, Jack, hello guys, Jay, my goodness, loads in today. Scott as well. Thomas, hello to you. And Automator, good morning. Biker Mad Stew, Autoroa, Zach, Jerry, Blown Up, Varku, flying with Dan in New Zealand, Danilo, all of you guys as well watching across the world. It's great to have you on board today for this Sun Country Airlines, I think it is, an ultra low cost anyway, flight down to Palm Springs. What do you think of Minneapolis so far? Kind of dotting around in night time at the moment, just to give you a bit of an idea of the emissives. It's not incredibly crisp. I'm running a 4090. and I'm running the sim itself in 4K on a 4K screen, and it looks quite nice, but it's not like, wow, this is incredible kind of levels of pop. Custom apron areas look really nice, as do the custom jetties, and it's a lot bigger than I actually realised the airport was, to be honest. There's the custom jetties. We are working our way slowly towards where we are parked today on the hotel pier. And from what I gather, FlightBeam Studios are looking to expand the functionality of the scenery a little bit more. There's the good old FlightBeam Studios wigwags, the runway guard lights there as well, very exciting. And look at that runway texture, my goodness. That's really cool. Yeah, there is an update coming for this to improve it a little bit more, add a few features and polish a few corners, so to speak, with it. But I mean the runway textures, where you spend a fair bit of time in the apron, look really, really nice, don't they? Landside, a little bit underwhelming, but at the same time, how much time do we actually spend pretending to kind of wiggle around on the forecourt area and walking through check? We don't really, do we? So it's not too bad. Jasper, thanks for subscribing. Mathis, hello to you, welcome. Mathis, now of PMDG fame. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well, hope you've settled in well. Everybody say hello to Mathis in the chats. Bob's Bird Gaming, James Rowe, hello to you as well. Steve Drar, welcome buddy, great to see you. Hope you're okay as well. And there's the kind of Air Force Reserve Wing section of the airport scenery as well. Bilal's asking, is the EFB out? And as Mathis has said, they're looking at Monday. From Mathis's response there in the live chat. And this is a preview, of course, it goes without saying. It's in the description as well, so it's not out yet. But it is almost ready for you guys to dive in and enjoy. And I'm keen to hear what you think as well. Let's wiggle over towards the tower. We're almost at our parking stands up there. I spent all day yesterday thinking it was Thursday, so I got home and I was like, oh, it's Friday tomorrow, I need to stream. I had absolutely no idea that yesterday was in fact Friday. I spent the entire day thinking, I mean, I don't know how, but somehow I'd lost a day or wound back a day. It's been one of those weeks, I think. Boss Bud, it is, buddy. But we're also here to look at the new flight sims, was it the FlightBeam Studios Minneapolis International Airport here today. Beautiful presence as well, look at that. Really nice design of the terminal. It's a cool looking airport actually. Not one I've ventured to before in the sim either. We're going to look at new iniBuilds Palm Springs on arrival as well. And in the meantime and in the middle, in a moment in fact, we'll dive into that UFT and have a little look at that. What do you think of Minneapolis though, folks, while we're here and mooching about? Jack says, is Mathis working for PMDG now? Indeed he is. Thomas says he remembers back a couple of years ago now, wasn't it? When 50 viewers were a big number on British Av Geek streams. Now you're pulling nearly 200 like it's nothing. I appreciate all of you guys tuning in across the world. I'm certainly feeling more of a buzz in the live chat as well, and a lot of love, which is very, very nice. Head to the PMDG forums. I think I've linked it in the description of the live stream today as well. You get all of the information about the Universal Flight Tablet. Robert Randazzo has been putting a load of updates on there. Mathis is active in the forums as well, chatting about bits and answering queries in relation to the upcoming Universal Flight Tablet. And there is a section dedicated to it on the forums as well, which I'll dig out because it seems YouTube isn't allowing URLs again. So I'll dig that out for you, Mathis, and I'll put that in myself into the live chat. Bear with me, folks. So the link that's in the live chat is the one that Mathis has, I think, tried to put in, which is to the manual for the Universal Flight Tablet. This is, I think, the older section of Minneapolis, isn't it, I believe? Certainly looks like it with the jetties being a lot older. Beautiful interior again, and then it kind of pops and prevents you going in, which is fine, to be honest. As always with Mir from FlightBeam, we can expect quite a nice standard, certainly blending performance with quality, which is quite important these days in the sim. The more add-ons we have and the more we demand from the simulator and the more graphics we want to kind of push, then it does get quite excited. Well, quite tough for the system, doesn't it? Minneapolis does look quite good at first glance, Dwal says. I think so. It's not sort of iniBuilds JFK level or Fly Tampa, Amsterdam Schiphol. Actually, it probably is a bit similar to Amsterdam Schiphol from Fly Tampa, because there's not much of an interior there either, is there? There she is. 6 Sierra Yankee, our Sun Country 737-800. Got a load of Osprey flying along today, that's fantastic. Let's fire up GSX and we'll request boarding.
Boarding requested.
We'll use GAT. Badger, nice, flying along across the pond. Reese says it's incredible what Microsoft Flight Simulator has done for the simulator scene. Yeah, I think for a little while we found ourselves maybe not too appreciative of that. It's easy to forget, actually, isn't it? For me myself, I had actually kind of dropped out of the flight sim world from Flight Sim 2000. And that's how long I'd been out of the sim until Microsoft Flight Simulator released. And then I found myself with an unfortunate injury at work. Where I broke my leg and my ankle. We don't need the crew. We are the crew. Let's get them bags in.
Passengers boarding starting.
Aidan, well, interestingly, one of the liveries on FlightSim.to is kind of a hybrid blend of Sun Country and TUI for this, and it is in the Anarude livery pack for it on FlightSim.to. It looks very odd though. I installed that by accident, not realising there was 3 files within the one thing, so I ended up having to come out and reinstall this one. Quite cool though. Apparently a very ultra low cost, and my friend who's an aircraft engineer who does ad hoc maintenance on engines, he's gone out and he's kind of done a little bit, from the sounds of it, a little bit of work on Sun Country engines, and he said be careful, they're full of sand. So I'm sure we're going to have to monitor that today. CSX fans very excited for Cross the Pond. Got the 12:50 slot from Atlanta to Brussels. That's an awesome little route there. Hopefully you've got Aerosoft Brussels installed as well. That's a beautiful bit of scenery. Rightio, while all of the punters are boarding, let's dive in, shall we? That is how my channel started, Mike. Yeah. Just became a little bit of a thing that made me kill a bit of time and sort of give me something to do while I was sat with a cast on my leg, constantly not able to walk or move or do anything for a little while. So I started, Microsoft Flight Simulator got released and I started simming again, and then I thought, you know what, I quite enjoy this. I wonder if I could share my own kind of opinion and thoughts via YouTube. So I started tinkering, and that's how it all began. Let's dive in. You guys all want to see this, don't you? So we haven't quite started cold and dark. What I've done in the overhead panel is connected the battery, emergency exit lights armed, and I've connected the ground power as well. I've popped the hydraulics on, we can pop the window heat on as well, and the voice recorder can go on. Fuel damper can go on as well, because we've also aligned the IRS prior to the stream starting. That's all fine, and our POS lights are on steady as well. So, what's behind the seat? Oh, nothing. Well, there's a very good reason for that, folks, and that's because you can actually toggle the Universal Flight Tablet on and off, which is really cool. So if you don't want it, or are you finding that you're flying, I don't know, a circle to land, and you've had, I don't know, you're going to be flying a real left turn and you've got to be looking out through the window, you can toggle it off. So it's almost like I planned this. PMDG, aircraft, I hope I get this right, equipment, previous page, so it's on page 16 of optional equipment, flight tablet, yes, Bosh, hello Paul, the Darts channel, welcome, and MPS Gaming, correct, you said it in the MCDU, or the FMC, as you said there. Steve Tross, there's no tablet, we've been duped. So, that's now ticked yes, and what it's given us now is the PMDG flight bag. And yes, there is an electronic flight bag within it, I suppose. There's the app there for it, or the tile there for it. And currently there's a performance tool. And you'll notice there's a whole lot of space around here as well, because they haven't just finished with how it is now. They want to continue from what we can read inside the PMDG forums as well, particularly about this. They want to continue to expand its functionality in various other forms throughout. Reese Boy says, excellent choice to boot with no tablet, the troll is amazing. It's the only bit of fun I can have these days. But yeah, they want to expand it more as well. So, as, where is it? As it is at the moment, we're going to function. Well, we're basically going to fiddle with a lot of the functions here, like charts, Simbrief integration, the performance computation as well, and there are also additional other additional features coming that they're going to detail in later posts, and they'll come in the future as well, with some nice integrations with applications and tools. So you can undock this using the right Alt button and click, and it'll undock it into a separate window, like some of the other tiles and things you can do in the screens inside the PMDG 737, which is a very neat little feature for those of you who like to do that. Within the core tablet functionality, they've included data entry via the attached keyboard or via an on-screen keyboard. They've allow you to toggle between metric and imperial units. There's a day and night mode, and independent, fully functioning pilot and co-pilot tablets. Hey, you know what? When I was fiddling around earlier, I didn't even notice that one until I read that. Very neat. So even I'm getting surprised. So there's a few little bits in here, and the best thing to do is click the link after the stream today. Click the link that's in the live stream description. It'll take you to the main Universal Flight Tablet announcement on the forums. There are a number of questions that have been asked in that. We'll tackle that during the flight today in cruise. We'll dig into the kind of context of the Universal Flight Tablet a little bit more as we make our way to Palm Springs. But with that in mind, let's go to the electronic flight bag. So, I've already gone ahead, very exciting isn't it? I've already gone ahead and popped in my Simbrief alias. We can choose real world or sim weather sources, and you can fiddle your brightness as well. Now currently if you undock this, you can't change the brightness with it undocked, so that's more of a limitation within the sim that they're not going to necessarily be able to solve. But if you leave it undocked as we have it at the moment, then you can change the brightness accordingly. You can also toggle the on-screen keyboard on, so when we go to certain sections of here, it will pop up. But I'll leave it off for now, just so you guys can see the full screen. Distance in nautical miles, so we've set all of our units here as well. And Navigraph authentication is already done. So there would be a tile here to say sign in or connect, and effectively what it would do is give you that that QR code that we all know, or a little special code you put into navigraph.com/code, and that would connect your Navigraph into the Universal Flight Tablet. And if you really break it and it all goes a bit bandy, then you can press factory reset and it will revert all of this back to its original settings, so that you can unbreak it and start again with the correct settings. When you've changed any of this, then of course you press save preferences and it saves it like so. So let's request the data from Simbrief then. We're flying Sun Country 617 with an alternate of LAX. Average wind of 24292, a cost index of 30 as you can see there. We're in a 737-800 and a zero fuel weight of 61,518 kilograms. And that is the routing for us today. What I might do is just wind the time back to a reasonable period in beautiful dusk. And what you can see on the right hand side is our map as well, which you can click and drag, you can move it about. There's a button there for Navigraph, which allows you to switch map, and that changes to the Navigraph map, which is really cool. There's a lot of information on here with the Navigraph charts, and there's a day mode and a night mode as well. So you can configure this however you want. For weather in departure, you've either got METAR or simple connections there, but for departure we can just click that. Now we've imported it from Simbrief, and it will give us our handy little ATIS for our METAR information at Minneapolis. If we click the arrival tab, we can see that the arrival weather is in here as well. We will look at that nearer to our top of descent to make sure we've configured the correct runway and all that kind of thing as well. And our alternate of Los Angeles today, we can pull the data there too. Click the next tab, we can see our Simbrief flight plan that's being imported into the tablet. It's really crisp and clear actually, very easy to read here, very nice. So you can click and drag like I'm doing here to pan up and down on the screen, or you can use the little scroller on the right hand side, and if you want to you can zoom out and zoom in. Navigraph charts, MSP, we can pin any of these as and when we see fit. So on the airport charts, we can have a look at that. That's the one I want. So I'm going to pin that, and then it should be in the pin section over here. If it works correctly, if I've done it correctly anyway. And you can see it's put our aeroplane onto the little map there, which is very cool. Now, if the charts are geo-referenced, which I think this one is, to be fair, otherwise that wouldn't be there. If the charts are geo-referenced, then you can move around the aircraft, or you can move around the airport, for example, and this little aeroplane here, this little aircraft icon, will move around and update with us. So it's almost like that moving chart, and you can toggle it on and off like so. And turn it into a little dot, or leave it as a plane, turn it off entirely. And there's a little information tab there as well. So, let's look down into our MCDU or FMS. Currently, one of the things they're looking to try and do is add another app into here so that you can toggle your failures and things like that into the Universal Flight Tablet. However, it doesn't have, from what I can understand, a flight plan request here for the Simbrief integration. Let's see. It does. Lovely. So that, by the looks of it, is actually fed in from our tablet. And if I have a little look at, let's see, New Sky, because we're going to track this on our virtual airline client today, but it means that I can also scroll down and have a little look at our routing, which is, where's the string? There it is. Ta-da! Hopefully you guys can see that on your screens too, as well as the FMS. So we've got Roxanne, Teiu, Direct Lucky, Direct KD66 Yankee, Direct Delta Victor Charlie, then EED. Perfect. So, having clicked that one single button, request new data from Simbrief, it's fed that into the aircraft, providing we, in the route tab, add in our company route as it's shown there. Which is a really neat feature. Weights wise, I'm hoping it does, but I'm not sure. We will have a little look at that in a moment as well. Let's get our flight number put in, SCX617. And I'm just going to pop down here and look at the MMR 1228. Oops, wrong one. I'll leave that for now. So that's 617.
Taxi runway 30 left, hold Whiskey 1 via Charlie 2, Charlie Whiskey.
So fuel wise, 14253. So it's not done that yet. Don't forget this is a preview build as well. 163 passengers, so it has pulled this in though. So the fuel hasn't done. We'll just check the weights here. So gross weight 65.8. No, 75.8, sorry. Estimated takeoff weight 57.55. Zero fuel weight 61.5. So that's fed in and automatically done itself, which is really cool. Just the fuel section there hasn't updated, but that's fine. One little click there. We've just inputted that ourselves. And don't forget, that might be, you know, for example, you might have planned your flight plan yesterday, but in that time, you've effectively seen a weather forecast become reality, and that weather forecast is never 100% accurate. It may have changed, so your fuel and your loads and all that kind of thing, and the winds that are affecting you on the flight might actually have changed as well. So it would be wise to recalculate your fuel anyway, just prior to actually inserting it, and that, to me, is, even if that's missing as a feature, that's not too much of an issue for me, because it means that I have to double check the fuel before I actually push back from the gate and go any further. So that's quite nice. So routing, cruise. Let's do our perf init page. So we press perf init request. I wonder if this will automatically suck it all in, because the cruise winds are in the Universal Flight Tablet, weren't they? Let's see. Wonderful. Again, we'll double check our cruise winds. So what have we got? Average wind 242 at 92. So we'll pop that in like so. And on the legs page, we can go to winds request here. It looks like it's got... We'll leave that in there actually as an average winds, that's fine. So turn your attention to the live chat. I'm going to put the METAR in there as well for you guys to see. People don't realise they've spent ages finding a way into getting information from the sim and not having to run it externally in order to deliver it to the Xbox, and people aren't really appreciative. It's been one of those things, isn't it? It's been a lot of people have been putting a lot of pressure on PMDG to get this done. But it's software development. It's certainly beyond my capability. I have no idea how to do anything like this. But because of that, I can understand and appreciate the complexities behind it, and actually work out that it's chuffing difficult to probably do. So, especially when you've got a bit of software like Microsoft Flight Simulator that doesn't ordinarily want to play ball. 3038, and I've always said as well, haven't I? 30. I've always said the Universal Flight Tablet, or the EFB and the Phoenix, that kind of functionality and bit on the side of the flight deck there doesn't make the aeroplane fly any better. All it is a little bit of quality of life improvement for us, saving a bit of time in pre-flight and all that sort of thing. But having not had it, what we've had to do is learn how to do it all inside the FMC.
Minneapolis traffic,
and in turn, what it's done is it's meant that we've been able to learn the aeroplane a little bit better too. So we can all understand the 737 a little bit better by having not had to rely on a tablet to click a button and import a flight plan. So it's very exciting that it's now here. Where are we? So let's dive in. We'll have a look, Mikhail. Join taxi, buddy. Just going to load up my Navigraph charts. There you go. So you guys should be able to see our Navigraph charts as well, which we've integrated into the tablet anyway. And we're on the Shep 1 departure, so there's a whole lot of data there. But that's boring. Let's get rid of the charts on Navigraph's own screen, because we have them in here. So let's dive in. Let's have a little look. Shep 1. So, we're going to depart runway heading. What have we got here? Initial climb, all runways. But we're going to go 30 left and right. We're actually going to use 30 left today. Shep 1. Top altitude assigned by ATC. We've got for assigned headings from 220 clockwise to 360. Cross the 7 DME arc, Minneapolis at or above 3,500 feet. 380 foot per minute to 3,500 feet. And there's a little bit of a gap. It's one of those US style departures, unlike the UK, where they are kind of where they're connected. So the approach or the departure from the runway is all connected then to your transition point en route. In America, a lot of them, like Chicago and seemingly here Minneapolis, as we're finding out today, they don't do that. Instead, it's fly runway heading and vectors. So with that in mind, we will also have a look at the airport charts once more. And we'll look for 30 left, which is this one here, and it's 301 degrees. So H301 on my little bit of notes on my left-hand side here where I'm sat. 301, 30 left, 3,048 meters runway length, 10,000 feet. And we're looking at the top for, there we go, airport elevation 842. So, up to the overheads. Oops. 850 is the closest we can get to, and our cruise altitude is 360. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 617, radio check. Thanks, guys. So let's look at this. We had a little mention about those charts, didn't we? We've got the 7DME MSP, and that's on 115.3. So we're going to tune that. And in the VOR, I'm actually going to tune the runway heading of 301 today as well for the departure. For VOR 1. I'm then going to look down at the multimode radio 2, nav 2, and I'm going to tune that again, 1153. But this time, we're going to intercept an outbound radial of 232 eventually to go to our en route airways and all that kind of thing. Our transition out of the out of the SID. So I'm going to set that into VOR 2 as well, just as a backup, and I'm going to set 8,000 for now, just so we can reassess without climbing too high or setting a climb that's too high. Yeah, performance-wise of the tablet, Sankit's asking there if you noticed any frames per second drop due to EFB. That's really cool. And performance has been really impressive. So I haven't pinned them all yet, look. I've only pinned those two, which is fine. So we can use the pin charts, as Steve is mentioning there. So when you're popping screens, or you're, there we go, as Mathis is saying in the live chat, when you've got a geo-reference charts on the screen, then it might hamper performance a little bit. However, nothing that's necessarily going to significantly hit performance, and I haven't noticed anything, although I appreciate I have an RTX 4090. Now, that's the one that I wanted to show you guys. So when you flick between the normal map, which has its own overlay by the way, as you can see here, and the Navigraph map, which requires a Navigraph subscription, you've got, because this is a geo-reference chart and stuff as well at the airport here, you have the aircraft overlay and the live taxiway view, as Mikhail was asking to see a little while ago, which is so cool. Let's continue. We've got our performance to worry about shortly. Let's put in our departures first. So we know we're going to be using runway 30 left, which is an 8 knot headwind and a 4 knot crosswind, and the Shep 1. And transition is Roxanne, so we'll select that. We'll have a little look. So the first tab here is vectors, therefore we need to ensure we've set runway heading. And it'll be down to us to route ourselves beyond the airport's runway heading, climbing away, and vector ourselves, in lieu of any ATC, round to the rest of our departure routing. So we're not going to delete vector, we need to leave that in there. It's almost like a discontinuity in itself, but it's an important discontinuity that we shouldn't delete. And then Hugo, McConnell, Arix, Shep, Roxanne, no discontinuities there, and it's continuing then on our routing like so. Cruise flight level 360. What have we got here? That's all good. And then we can look at performance. So let's get the seatbelt signs on. That's looking quite good. Paul was saying as well about can't see the overlay of our tips and stuff. That's fine. That will come back on. Well, it is on in the background. It'll be more visible later on through the sunrise section of the departure. So APU start. But even with that on, which is probably quite a lot of things, is it? It's quite a lot of data all displayed on that tablet in a beautiful format. It's not causing any problems at all at the moment with performance for me. I have my sim locked at 60 frames per second in 4K, and even prior to installing this, I jumped into the Minneapolis scenery from FlightBeam Studios. I was getting about 58 to 60. I'm still getting that quite comfortably at the minute. So we've done our standby instruments, we've done all of our headings and MCP altitudes. We're waiting for the APU to fire up, and while that's doing that, let's go to press the PMDG home screen, and we're now going to have a look at our performance tool. Very exciting. So we've got takeoff, landing dispatch and diversion as well, which is very important. So we've got a kind of a backup if it all goes a little bit peak-tong. And you'll notice straight away we've got a couple of different options here. Import from OFP, for the airport, we'll do that. Aircraft, import from OFP and import from aircraft. We pop both of those in, and weather, import as well. You'll notice there the performance calculations are in pounds, so let's go to here. Weight unit for me, I use kilograms, so we're going to just change those settings now. We'll go to the performance tab, and once again you can see there the weight has changed. So 75,544, we're actually slightly heavier because we've got an extra little bit of a taxi there. So packs off, anti-ice will be off, packs will be on. Rating optimal, takeoff flaps on. This is great to have this in. It looks actually very quite easy to navigate around and work your way through as well. 30 left, automatically feeds in the elevation, and that comes in part of the Navigraph data as well. So if you want the up-to-date nav data which feeds in the runway length, heading, slope, all of that important data, then you'll need a Navigraph subscription for that, I believe. Mathis will correct me if I get anything wrong as well, by the way, in the live chat, I'm sure. And then we'll import the weather. Let's calculate our speeds, and all the performance should appear on the table on the right.
Minneapolis traffic, Osprey 598, I-borne at 6,000 feet, climbing to 9,000 feet.
So it's recommending an acceleration height of 1,500 feet, flaps 5, 90% M1, and normal takeoff profile there. So no D-rate profile 1, profile 2, but cell temp of 46. It's still giving us an element of D-rate anyway. It's giving us our trim settings and our V speeds there too. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little look at the tablet here. I was looking at VATS Airplane Toolbox, but all the METAR data and stuff is broke as well. I was going to directly compare the two, but I don't see the point in that now. This is a very nice, easy to read format, isn't it? So flaps 5, where are we? So cell temp's 46. So we'll pop that in, and it mentioned takeoff profile 91.3. We'll go to climb profile 2 to smooth it out after takeoff, and then it was flaps 5 recommended. The centre of gravity, we can click it again, and it says 18.9 trim 611, 18.87 CG, 6.11 for the trim, so that matches as well. Information Alpha, hello buddy, not doing cross the pond, no. I took annual leave for it, and I tried to get a suitable slot for the time frames that I could operate in, and I had about 5 or 6 different options, flying into South America actually, South America and Africa, which is beautiful. Doc, they say they have, but VATS Airplane Toolbox, I mean, I've installed it fresh like we've discussed in Discord today, and it keeps coming up saying that there is a problem with the METAR importation, so it's still not working for me, the VATS Airplane Toolbox METAR feed. We'll leave that as it is. I might change the engine out. Is that the one we can change? Yes, you can. I'm just going to... Oops.
Minneapolis traffic Osprey 2472 is pushing back from stand Charlie 14 and we're facing to the northwest, QNH 30.38.
Now if we recalculate that...
Traffic.
Still saying acceleration height 1500 there, but that's okay. That may well be, that's correct to be fair, but we've tweaked it just so that we get the nose down a little smoother. I might just change it back. If the tablet says, well, the Universal Flight Tablet performance calculator, if that says 1500, I will go with that for the purposes of today. So there's our V-speeds, 155, 165 adding the 10, which makes us, well, it sounds like we're quite heavy actually, doesn't it? Don't forget we're almost 1,000 foot above sea level already. 165, gross weight 75.5, so I think we're there, I think we're done. 15 minutes behind schedule. Whoops. Takeoff, yeah, cruise 3.6, descent we'll do later on, climb's good, departures input, legs has been checked. M1 limit is checked and set. BORs are both set and active. 1228 for the frequency. Auto brake RTO. Steve, it is irrelevant. That's why I always say throughout the streams that my performance, it's fairly unrealistic to compare against, because it doesn't give any of you guys with even 3000 series GPUs any idea of what performance is, but some people like to know, because MPS Gaming and a few others have got RTX 4090s and all the rest of it.
7 miles climbing to flight level 3.
We've got fuel in the centre tanks, we do, 6.46, chuffing out. So I think we're there. We'll do another check of the overhead panel, that looks good. Let's get the pushback plug connected. Prepare for push departure. No, we don't want GSX icing.
Please stand by for engine start until push completed and brakes set.
What's the temperature? Oh, it's -2.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
Rightio, let's get the anti-collision lights on. Let's dive in, and we'll have a quick little blitz about to see if we're in anybody's way whilst the chap down there connects. Pops the ground pin in. There goes our Osprey executive aircraft down the bottom. And GSX hasn't closed the door. There was a Ryanair flight that flew out of Dublin, 737 actually, about 2 weeks ago. They hadn't shut the door properly, so it was left ever so slightly cracked. And they only realised after departure from Belfast, they thought, what's that breeze coming in? That's not correct. Park brake is set, the lights on, let's go, wheel chocks off, it removes the GPU and everything else. Flight directors can go on, captains first, first officers second. Lovely stuff. Transponder is on standby at the moment. Very impressed with that Universal Flight Tablet so far. Let's get back to this because we want to see the snazzy screen, don't we? What would be good is if there was at some point an option to kind of hide this little section here, so you could just have one massive moving map screen. I always get this one wrong. Nose left, tail right? Yeah. We'll try it. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 617. Definitely going to keep getting that call sign wrong. Stand. Hotel 3 push starts facing north. I keep going to say Sun Express. Sun Country. I'm writing this in capital letters on my notepad. Sun Country. Jeez. Hey look, we're moving. They had to ratchet strap it, Reese boy. Not even joking, they had to strap it up and hope that it didn't cause any problems so that they were able to immediately divert and land.
Yeah, but it's traffic American 7403 of 177-9. Pushing back into Bravo,
let's go ignition mode ground and chuffing neck, APU bleed.
Minneapolis.
I'm having one of those days today.
1068, gate
Click the full screen icon on the map. Ricky says.
North,
You legend. Great spot. Mathis, thank you very much as well in the live chat there. Look at that. That's incredibly crisp. Quick little glance down, know exactly where you are. And you know where to run for the taxiway as well. Let's go back down here and continue with engine start without getting distracted too much. Bernie, hello buddy. No, cross the pond, not today. I couldn't get a good enough slot, unfortunately, so it meant that I was about 2 hours. The slots I was able to book by the time I got round to it at work yesterday, about 2 hours later than I could reasonably do. So no cross the ponds, and instead thought, what else can we do? And it just so happens that there was an opportunity to preview the Universal Flight Tablet in the 737 for all of you guys. Hot brake set, which is super exciting.
Unlocking gear.
Engine 1, ignition mode ground. Watching the N2. Gets to about 20, we'll throw the fuel in, there we go. So engine 1 control switch to run. Tracy, no worries, have a good day, see you later. My command Stews is finally going to be able to use this in virtual reality with that tablet. VATSIM integration would be amazing in the UFT. Are you referring to kind of the features like in the FlightBeam A32NX where they've got the buttons that can change your radios for you? Is that kind of thing you're looking at mentioning there by command Stew as a feature? Would be quite a cool idea.
Left is clear.
Minneapolis traffic, Ascot 205, pushing back from
So engines 2 is good, ignition mode continuous, engine 1 is good, ignition mode continuous, Gen 2 online, Gen 1 online, APU bus is disconnected. Quick check of those, they're fine, overhead panel, the rest of that's good, probe heats go on, anti-ice, we'll pop that on for now, maybe not the engine anti-ice, that'd be fine, I'm sure. We'll put the wing anti-ice on though.
Your runway 30 left via Quebec, Charlie, Alpha,
AP bleed off,
Alpha 1,
engines bleed 1 and 2 on, we're going to go PAX auto, left and right, isolation valve automatic, resoak fans up, already set to auto,
American
voice recorders on
7403,
auto.
taxiing to runway 35 via
AP
Bravo,
off, taxi lights on.
Alpha, crossing runway 30 left at Alpha 7.
Yeah,
to
as
Whiskey
Bobby
7,
says, that's a
Whiskey,
massively quality of life, ease of use
Charlie,
feature for FlightBeam on the A32NX,
and
but
Kilo.
it's not really a feature that I think many of us use. I've never used it, to be totally honest with you. Deem, no, this is a preview, not yet released. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 617's taxiing to hold point Whiskey 1, runway 30 left via Delta and Whiskey Minneapolis. Right, so Flaps to 5. System page, let's have a quick look at our controls. We'll just release the brakes, stab the brakes.
Minneapolis traffic,
Start the
American
roll.
7403, we're going to be amending our flight plan. We're going to be taxiing to runway 30 left, Bravo, Alpha, Alpha 1.
617. That's the rudders. My rudders are always start incredibly sensitive in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I have to do about 10 different wiggles to get it to work right. That's always been the case in every aeroplane for some reason. Gamer DXB saying, Mathis, when's the 777 releasing? Nobody knows that, and as Mathis has said there, they're not willing to make any comment on the 777 other than that they are pretty happy, which is good to hear. There's I mean, the big thing there, Gamer DXB, is there's no rush to these things. If we end up receiving rushed products, then features will be missing, people will be unhappy, and all that kind of thing. That what I quite like about what PMDG do with their release of products, they will delay it if necessary, and they don't release it until they are satisfied that it's a standard of quality that we would expect from them. Arid says, yeah, but then we get Captain Sim or Aerosoft quality products. Well, not so much Aerosoft, because I like their CRJ and that kind of thing anyway. But you look, when you compare against Captain Sim, that's down to you to be able to resist buying that sort of low quality product in the first place. And in fact, if people didn't, then quite simply those development houses wouldn't exist. There we are. Quality above pandering to impatience, Jack says. It's a good summary. Next, for the tablet, Mathis says, will be some tweaks and then a couple of new features, but we'll be leaving that to Robert to announce that. So, again, on the PMDG forums, that's where you'll be able to get all of that information, folks. You'll be able to find updates from Robert Randazzo and conversational pieces from Mathis now as well in the forums, all on their own official forums. So, as with any product, if you want to hear what the progress is like, what the features are going to be, any product release announcements and all that sort of thing, best thing to do is go direct to the developers themselves, whether that be PMDG, whether that be Phoenix or whoever else it might be. If you go direct to their forums, that's when you're going to find that's where you're going to find all of the information before you get it anywhere else, really. It's the best place to go. When you're reading it on various news articles and all that sort of thing, it becomes very contextual in the sense that the person writing that article shouldn't put their opinion on it, but they might have an opinion that will come across within the article without necessarily intending for that. So, best place to go, direct to the developers' forums. Mathis. Ben says, where do you get your flight number from? From flightradar24.com actually. So this is a real world route operated 3 times a day, I believe. Twice with Sun Country and once with Delta. I think Delta do it on a 737-900, I believe. A couple of PMDG options for you there. Right, let's do a Southwest style. Actually, let's do a Sun Country style taxi. Oh, look at that. Very nice. Just a quick master caution recall there. I mean, that by far is the neatest feature. Fully expanded Navigraph overlay ground map.
Departing via this Delta Whiskey November 8 departure.
I mean, this is still, for me, my favourite aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator by a long shot. I absolutely love it. Just prior to getting towards the runway, folks, as well, it's worth mentioning, we're not flying LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust today because we've got vectors. So we're going to go heading select mode and VNav, and then we also need to arm the auto thrust. With that in mind, I'm going to activate the Tobii Eye tracker, and we'll do the last little bit using that to kind of look about, and we can see the tablet in the background as well. Crikey, what power setting is he using? Oh, have a good one. Enjoy your lorry MOT, crikey. Adrian, that's VATSIM, buddy. So we're all flying in the same network together. Same network that Cross the Pond is done on today, in fact. And we're all transmitting and trying to kind of replicate some real-world procedures as closely as possible.
Minneapolis traffic, American 7403, airborne 3700, in direct inu.
Steve says turn off the follow aircraft option on the map so your screen doesn't have to redraw every movement of your plane, then move the map to show the whole taxi route. I quite like that one. So I assume it's that, right? Well, we've locked location now, so we can do that, and we can see it popping along down the taxiway. So there's another option for you. I quite like it like that. I think so. To turn it off, Steve, you'd have to go into the settings, right? Is it in here?
Traffic Delta 418's off of Charlie 5. We'll be taxiing at 30 right via Papa, Minneapolis.
Toggle aircraft icon. I assume it's that one. No, it's a different bit.
Minneapolis traffic, Ascot 2205, taxiing to runway 30 left, holding point Whiskey 2 via Quebec, Delta Bravo.
Oh, so it was locked location, it's that one. I think when you said redraw the plane, I thought it meant deleting that. So, yeah, it's what we were doing a second ago then. That's quite neat. So that's our little final bit of taxi there, look. We just locked the location of it. And because of that, we can see our final little bit right up to the whole point. Our position of the aircraft making its progress down Whiskey as well on that. Diego, it's a preview, buddy. Preview, preview, preview. It's not released yet. Awesome, Steve. That's really clever. So, with that in mind, we could have done that from the stand, push back, and then we just drag it to the next bit there. As we get to the next phase about this bit, we can then drag it across to there to then make sure that we've got the aircraft in view at all times. It's quite clever. So a couple of options there based on, I suppose, your system spec and your personal preference.
Minneapolis traffic was 5, crossing 30 left for Alpha 1.
So when this does become available, I am sure everybody will be talking about it. Live weather, good. Wasn't sure for a moment there. But it will be available as an update inside the PMDG Operations Centre. You'll go into your product updates and you'll see one for the 737s. As Steve is saying there, it's available on the 30th of October as an update. So only 2 days left to wait, folks, Monday. Steve saying there's Mathis mentioned earlier on screen map redraws may hit performance for just a moment on some systems. So that's if you've got it on this moving map function here.
Lining up 30 left at Alpha.
So if you don't have a 4090 or a powerful 3000 series GPU, or you notice there's a little bit of a stutter, press lock location and it will stop redrawing that, and that will help. Now we can zoom on out. Because we've got the Navigraph charts, we can also zoom in and out like so and change the modes, like IFR low, IFR high and VFR charting. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 617's holding Whiskey 1, runway 30 left to line up in turn. Good old MSFS brake bug.
Delta 1068 departing runway 30.
They're all on ultra, wandering.
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis traffic, Delta 418 will be departing 30 right after traffic, or after parallel traffic parts on the Darwin 8, Minneapolis.
Couple of Ospreys on the other side. I think the A330 was there before me, wasn't he? So we'll be giving way to him. Osprey, if you don't know what it is, folks, Osprey Airways is our channel's virtual airline. We've got almost 600 pilots flying for that, and it's free to join. Loads of aircraft in the fleet, lots of 737s as well, because it is my favourite in the sim. And I've got to say, Minneapolis looking really, really good.
Minneapolis traffic, Osprey 495, Alpha 1, number 3. You can go ahead.
Miguel, hello to you, Monday. Let me pin that. The tablet will be releasing on Monday. There we go, it's a pin chat. The Osprey Heavy at 30 left, are you lining up or are you giving way?
I'm giving way, you can go ahead.
Roger, thank you. In that case, Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 617 lining up via Whiskey 1, runway 30 left. TCAS TARA, fuel flow, reset rates, up here, strobes, go on. Condition levers, sorry, engine start levers on, continuous, taxi lights off, runway turn off lights on, landing lights both on, crew advised, final check of that, traffic mode on.
Company heavy traffic.
Modes checked and set. Order brake RTO, flaps set 5 and green. Lining up. We've already confirmed the runway as well. Chris Clarkson, welcome buddy. Thanks for subscribing. Right, let's get the control visualizer up for you guys so you can see the control inputs. Set 40%. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 617's taking off runway 30 left, Shep 1 departure, Minneapolis. Powers, engines are stable. Toga.
Airspeed alive.
Check.
Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1068 airborne, 5000 on
Through 80.
Shep 1, Minneapolis.
So releasing that nose wheel pressure a little bit.
Traffic, Osprey 495, landing up 30 left.
A little bit of right aileron just to counter slight crosswind of a couple of knots. So I've got a bit of left rudder in here. Here we go. D1. Rotate.
Minneapolis traffic, Osprey 2472, holding short at Alpha 1 for the departing company traffic.
Wow.
Minneapolis traffic.
You're up. Following the flight directors, that's all I'm staring at the moment. And I'm going to go gears up, no lights, so CMDA engaged in heading mode. Landing gear lever off, runway turn off lights off, engine start mode selector switches off, control visualizer off. Already put the wing anti-ice off, that's good. Levelling off at 3 at the moment, accelerating through to flaps 1 speeds.
Minneapolis traffic, Osprey 495, departing
Flaps
30
1 is
left,
selected.
runway heading.
And Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 617's airborne, passing 3000, turning left 150 degrees. fact. Let's change that. Let's go to Muga up here. Sun Country 617, correction, left 225 degrees, Minneapolis. Water brake off.
A minute, traffic, Osprey 2472.
Let's clean the flaps up.
Runway 30 left. And waiting for departing traffic, Osprey 2472.
Wait for flaps up, no lights. We'll have a look at the new Volanta update through this as well. And let's have a look, as Mathis says, on the departure chart. So Shep 1, we'll change the toggle to the little plane there. So as you can see at the minute, we're self-vectoring. Night mode's pretty sexy, I like that. We're self-vectoring just there towards Huger, and in fact we can do a direct to Huger as well and go on to LNAV. So if we pop down to legs, select Huger, pop it into the top there for a direct to, check it's good, and then activate LNAV. The aeroplane should begin to take us out, and look at this, folks, absolutely stunning. Oh, Steve, yes, that's what we've just done. The chart's full screen. Put it in daylight mode now as well, because it's we've just popped out through the cloud into brighter conditions. Looking at 8, let's continue the climb. 36.
Turning left, heading 234, direct Figure. Minneapolis traffic.
That's good.
Minneapolis traffic, Osprey 2472, rolling runway 30 left on the Shep 1
There we
departure.
are. Just passing flying cloud towards Hugo now.
Right behind you.
Maciek, hello to you. Says, can't wait for the Universal Flight Tablet to release. Now, the 737 would definitely be my favourite aircraft in the sim. You're saying it wasn't already? My goodness. I'm curious to know how many of you have been waiting for this quite patiently, and how many of you are quite excited. It's a tablet with a couple of apps. So what PMDG have designed here is, let's turn the screen brightness up there for the primary flight display. Water brake, thought I'd turn that off, let's put that off. Through 10, landing lights.
Minneapolis traffic, Ascot 2205, line up runway 30.
Seatbelt signs. Now what PMDG have done then, effectively, is they've worked on a universal flight tablet that's not just an EFB, an electronic flight bag. As they've described it, it's an ecosystem designed to gather many aircraft and simming related functions into a usable space to make our simming experience simpler and more enjoyable. So, like a smartphone or a tablet in the real world, they've designed the Universal Flight Tablet to serve as basically a platform where various apps will operate within. Most of the apps are coming from PMDG themselves, but some of them as well are integrated with the likes of Simbrief and therefore Navigraph as well, as we've seen today. The Navigraph features, like this map overlay here that we're looking at, do require a Navigraph subscription, but Simbrief of course is free. The only difference with the non-subscription version or the free version of Simbrief is the fact that the AirAC might end up a little bit out of date, so you might have flight planning problems, but that's the same across every aircraft in the sim without a Navigraph subscription, it seems. They're also looking at, in future, adding their global flight operations projects. They're looking at having that interface with us as a user via an application on the tablet across the various aircraft as they roll out, like the 777 in the future, so on and so forth. And with that, the applications will be sharing information with, like the tablet will share information with the aircraft systems, so it all becomes kind of blended into a harmonious ecosystem between tablet, user and plane. I suppose you could probably describe that as. Scott, hello to you. Welcome, Scott the pilot as well. David says, big old head bit, 129 knots. Crikey. We'll look and see, in a little bit later on, we'll look to see if the aircraft suggests a step climb would be beneficial with all of those horrible winds. Steve says he's been waiting for about a year and 5 months for this, so glad it's finally happening. It's been a nightmare for PMDG, Steve says there, but now I have a working solid foundation to build on. Absolutely. I find it quite difficult sometimes when I'm sitting in the forum reading the kind of novel-like chapter from Robert with an update in relation to where they're at with a certain piece of development, like the Universal Flight Tablet, and I sit there reading it sometimes thinking, my goodness, people just don't appreciate how much work is involved in this kind of thing. And if they were confident about it going a lot quicker, then they should perhaps have done something themselves in the meantime to develop something for the sim community. But alas, it's a very vocal minority of people, effectively. So you can read these forums and think, my goodness, everybody's really impatient, but actually it's the other way around. Probably about 4-5% of the community are crying about no tablet, but actually 95-96% of us are sitting back and just enjoying the simulation and the product that they've created, which is utterly wonderful. A really beautiful bit of simulation. And then we're just sitting patiently waiting for an enhancement to that, which enhances some of the quality of life features, like the Simbrief integration. So I think it's fantastic. Yes, we waited a little while, but that's the nature of things these days. I know we live in a bit of an Amazon Prime Now generation, don't we, where we order a set of boxer shorts and then the next day somebody from Amazon pushes it through your letterbox. But that's not what software development is like. What they've said as well is that the tablet is going to be available in all PMDG 737 models, and it's going to be present upon delivery of the PMDG 777 in the future as well, but there's no date for that before anybody asks about when the 777 is releasing. That's still a long way away yet for us to kind of worry about that. We'll just have to wait and see what's said on the forums directly from Robert Randazzo in relation to any updates over the next 3, 4, 5 months, however long it might be. What we do know is when it does come, it's going to be along the standard and quality of this, and it's going to be absolutely exquisite, I'm sure. The tablet that we're seeing today isn't the end of the development either. Don't forget, as well, as we mentioned, it's got its own split first officer tool, so those of you who like to do shared cockpit, in fact, you could have your own 737, you could sit here and generate bits while your friend flying in a different sim matching the shared cockpit stuff could be doing the one on the left. Not that that would be necessarily reflected in the sim across the two bits, but it shows you here that they're completely disconnected and independent from one another. Very smart. Very, very smart. And those of you who like it but don't want to use it all the time, as we mentioned at the start, you can just go into the FMS settings in here, aircraft equipment, and it's page, is it 16 of 17 I think? Can't remember now, let's have a little look. PMDG setup aircraft equipment. Yeah, page 16 of 17, flight tablet, you can toggle it on and off as you see fit. You might want to have it on for certain operators and off for different operators, and the choice is yours, which is quite nice. Hello to you, it's all ultra, buddy. And the best thing to do, I mean, Mathis is saying there in the live chat there that Robert Randazzo has mentioned in their own PMDG forums why it's taken so long in development, and that is effectively down to the fact Well, a number of reasons, but it's explained really clearly by Robert Radazzo in the forum via the link that's in the description for the stream here, so you can click in there and have a little read of it all as well. There's various different bits, so there's an entire paragraph in fact. But as he says as well, it's not an electronic flight bag. An EFB is a device covered under regulatory guidance that's very tightly tailored towards flight planning and flight management tasks, and therefore it tends to be a bit of a brick. Limited in scope, lacking an open operating system upon which operators and crews can add in applications and features to enhance aeronautical decision making, and in the case of simming, enhance the simulation experience therefore. Their previous EFBs, the Boeing EFBs that they created for the P3D line of 737, 777 and 748 products, are replications of the regulatory EFBs. But this is a whole different kettle of fish. This is a complete redesign from the ground up of a Universal Flight Tablet, still with elements of an electronic flight bag within it, the flight performance, computations like this, all that sort of thing to help your decision making, but with other functionality as well, like the charts that we've basically been enjoying over the last couple of minutes now. So it's a very smart bit of tablet work from them. You can't rotate the tablet, you can't move it either, but it's not in an obtrusive place, as you can see here. Oh, high level cloud here at flight level 250. Let's have a little look at how we're doing from the outside. Bit of a weird one, this Sun Country. I'd never actually knew it existed until it got to the point where we were planning these routes and we looked at Minneapolis. Over the last couple of weeks, the airline has oddly been suddenly appearing all over my Facebook feed, as if I've ticked an algorithm somewhere and they think I might want to buy a flight with Sun Country Airlines. So I didn't initially know what it was until all these adverts started popping up all over my social media, but there we are. Reppy says, why would they stick their logo on the home button? Well, why wouldn't they? They've made it. I don't see why that's a bit of an issue, to be honest. It's not an issue. Can you bring the shade across the window whilst the tablet is there? Paul is asking. Very good question, let's find out. Whoop. Somebody up ahead there. Of course you can. Look at that. Very neat. So we could be sitting there with my Tobii eye tracker, having a chat with Dave, the first officer, grabbing me Bicky from the crew as she comes into the back of the flight deck through the door there, and then we can have a look at the left of the overlay, stick the shade over so we don't get blinded by the sun, and still have the charts accessible there. There's Roxanne. I'll leave that there, we'll do a fuel check there. So it's 12 tons at Roxanne apparently, and she's coming up actually. We've got 12.5, so we're currently above, which is quite cool. Interesting, Paul, I didn't know that. It says with the Fenix you can't have the tablet in place and pull the shade across. I did not know that was an issue actually. I've not tried it, to be honest. It's only because you've asked. It's a great question. And as Steve has mentioned as well, yep, you can click the little slider there and you can drag all the way through your flight plan, and it's a much smoother and easier, quicker way of navigating through it all. There's Roxanne. Let's get some tunes on. Let's have a little look at across the pond. We'll look at Volanta. We'll look at what people are doing across the pond at the moment. Nice to see a lot of South America and Africa involved in this, actually, to be honest. And if you want to, I will read the entirety of Robert Randazzo's post in the PMDG forums. If you've not gone on there and you don't know where that is, even though it's linked below, I can read it out if people want. So that's our routing for today in our little corner of the United States. Out of Minneapolis, heading southwest towards Los Angeles, in fact, but heading into Palm Spring, a little bit further southeast of LA. But that is the cross the pond traffic, which is absolute insanity. Look at that. Christ. Wild, isn't it? Spread across all over the place. So Los Angeles down to Orlando, and we've got Punta Cana as well, and San Juan as well. And then we've got Colombia, Bogota, and Brasilia down here too. So the route I was looking at doing was Brasilia to Cape Town. And then I was looking at Brasilia or Bogota or Punta Cana into DGAA, which I think is Accra, isn't it? I can't remember now. DGAA. Somewhere anyway, in Africa. Senegal? Not sure. I can't remember. But they were the routes that I was looking at, because I thought actually these regions particularly don't get enough love. Nice to see their involvement massively on Cross the Pond this year. They don't get anywhere near enough attention from flight simmers, and therefore they don't get much attention from developers or VATSIM controllers, pilots on in the sims, various sims. So it's nice to see a little bit of love going on for all of this as well. To be fair, it's quite unique, quite different. But I couldn't get the slots that I wanted and that I could do, so alas, we changed our plans. I mean, Europe's on fire at the moment, so is Far East, Southeast Asia, and Australia, New Zealand. Busy, 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 busy. My goodness. But here we are. Osprey 598 up front. MPS. He's in the 737-900. We've got David as well, Osprey 490. No screenshots either yet. Zato, an American 7403, 787-900. Who's got the who's in the live chat today? Got the Horizon Simulation 787-9, and what do you think of it? It's a beautiful bit of freeware, isn't it? What else have we got here? Going to Seattle. We've got Ascot 2205 there, flying the RAF Poseidon 737. Zagoku in the A330. And then ourselves, and right up in front of us, and we are keeping an eye there, we've got Delta Tango. With no screenshots. I wonder if Valanta's struggling with screenshots today, because of the sheer volume of cross the pond traffic going on at the moment. But that's Valanta, the new Valanta. Pretty smart, isn't it? Complete redesign. So instead of the tabs on the top now, you've got all of the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, sorry, real-world schedule options, various activities like your aero cache and things, all of your aircraft in the hangar, all of the flights that I've done so far. So up to now on Valanta alone, I've done 515 flights, travelling 272.5 thousand nautical miles. That's 1.3 trips to the moon. Pretty smart. And on the left hand side you've got your overlay bits, your filters and all that as well. We can load our nav data from Navigraph too if we wanted. Accra, Scott, yes. So they're the ones I was looking at, but alas we didn't get the slots, so thought, you know what, sod it. I'll take an annual leave for today, let's do something special. Universal Flight Tablet preview. In response to someone else going about the going on about the logo and the home button, if it was just a black circle there, it wouldn't stand out so much. So why not put the logo there? Because instantly now you know exactly where the home button is to press that and return back to the home screen and flick between the performance tools and the electronic flight bag application. So we're at the star, oh sorry, at the SID. Let's get rid of that. Might as well unpin that now as well. When we get to Palm Springs in a little while, we're expecting the Espono 1 arrival. RNAV 31 left. Yankee via EED. So we can pin that. And then we can also look at the approach. RNAV RMP Yankee 31. We'll pin that. And the airport charts, we'll pin that. And if we need to, we've got our LAX charts for our alternate as well today. So pinned. We can click straight to the arrival, and we'll look at that in a few hours because we do have a little while ahead of us now. Right, what's his cruise? Let's calculate a step to 380, see if it's possible. Oh, okay, we have got a step point. Delta Tango, what's your flight level though, buddy? Steve says scroll down to the bottom of your OFP and see if you have the weather charts. Yes, there you go. You can see our significant weather. Look at these headwinds. All the way. Slowing us right down. Bit of significant weather there. Isolated embedded cumulonimbus up to flight level 420. Really strong winds. Aviation Nerd says, do you recommend Velocity 1 yoke? So, the kit that I've got is... Right, I'm going to go slightly offset here. Just to try and overtake. Because we are catching him up. So let's be smart about it, I suppose. At a minute we've got that 129 knot headwind, look. Very slow. Yeah, hardware wise, I've got the Thrustmaster Boeing TCA yoke, which is an absolute dream in this especially. And I've got the Honeycomb Bravo throttle, which is remarkably good. Zata says he's reposted him encountering fellow British Av Geek fan on the road in the crew room chat for those that didn't see it in Discord the other day. Horizon Sim very near to being super good. I hope they fix some of the problems like weird touchdown mechanism and rotation feels really clunky. They are things that I fed back to Horizon Simulations, to be honest, in relation to like the previews that we did, and I fed it all back as best as I could. I sent them clips of the links, and I had a QA try and tell me it was actually a problem with my technique rather than anything else, which annoyed me a little bit, to be honest. I might go direct looky actually. This is going to work out quite nicely, so I'll stay on this heading until we've got ahead, hopefully at Teo, and we'll then route direct looky and just get ahead of him. Delta Tango there. Treble Price, welcome aboard. Scott says his right hand FMC is froze out, making left side inoperative. Anyone experienced that before? Ooh, I haven't, no. Delta Tango, yeah, that's absolutely fine, buddy. Mine was about to warn me properly as well. You've been shaded in. MPS Gaming says, be right back. He's off to make some coffee. I'm overdue a bit of coffee, to be fair. Next stream, by the way, is going to be Monday, because I'm back to work tomorrow on a long old late shift. And those clouds are absolutely spectacular. Look at that, there's a screenshot and a half. Yeah, the next stream's going to be Monday, and I'm very tempted to fly that Pilot's Dash 7 on a live stream. I might fire up a little poll for you guys to decide the next flight that we do. So I might pick up a couple of options for you to choose from, aircraft wise, whether it be the Pilot's Dash 7, or if we look at the A330neo, something like that, or even the 737, sorry, the 787-9 once again. And then on Tuesday I've got my motorcycle training, my first day of motorcycle training. Very exciting. A little bit nervous about that as well, actually, to be honest. Lazarus says he's got one lesson left, hope to get it first try. I didn't know you were doing your motorcycle course as well. Epic. Jack's asking about plans over Christmas period for streaming. I'm not sure, buddy. As you guys that watch regularly know, sometimes my work can chop and change shifts very last minute. And I struggle to say no. Well, basically I'm unable to say no in certain circumstances. So I will be streaming around Christmas. I'm just not exactly sure when. I'm hoping we can do the Fly and See Santa event on VATSIM. That's always really good, really good fun.
Osprey 495, Osprey 2476.
So, 4 options. And you guys can choose. All of you watching, 250 or so. Thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far as well. Really appreciate that. And if I am your in-flight cruise entertainment during Cross the Pond, then welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, I know, actually.
Yeah, XM Osprey 2472. I'm behind you. What's your current flight level? Due to descend down to 300?
Yeah, 4 options, some aircraft, 1 aircraft we have flown recently, and 3 that we haven't done live streams for. So, Bosh, you guys can pick Monday's aircraft of choice, and then we'll build the route based upon that. There's the poll, should be active for you all now in the chat, have your say. Someone's asking how to get the custom views Aviation 50. How do you get the wing view? If you've set custom views up as an option, or like with a custom view keybind, head over here in the flight deck, set just one, and then you want to go to flightsim.to and download my custom views pack, and then install that in the bit where it tells you to install it to, and that will give you all of the custom views that I've got, the various aircraft. I've done the same for the Horizon 787-9 as well. Anjanea Tower, welcome to you. Musty, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. How are you getting on with GSX? Doc saying there, with the headwind that we've got, we need to fly a bit faster. Ergie says, how do you turn off the tail strike warning in the 787? Oof. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. Morning, Matthew. Hello. Yeah, no idea what's happened to Quality Wings blown up. They just kind of vanished into thin air, and nobody knows where they are, what they're doing, if it's still in active development or what. Nobody knows, which is a bit sad. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? I don't want to creep too quickly. back in. Can't go to Mach 8.1. Kind of going as fast as we can. Jack says to Hergy, you turn off the tail strike warning in the 787 by not tail striking it. Good shout. That's always a way to do it, isn't it? Oh dear. Ace Airstream says, good afternoon, Dash 7 into London City would be fun. Hello to Captain Briz. Hitesh is doing a Vistara Jet 787-9 flight from Mumbai to Heathrow. Amazing fork of the 78X. They're going to do our route tomorrow with Phoenix Delta livery. If you can do an EFB tutorial for the Horizon, will they expand its usability? So that's kind of why I've not done a tutorial for the Horizon Simulations EFB in the 787, because they are still they're still tinkering with it quite a bit. So we have absolutely no idea what that will look like and what they intend to do with it. At the minute, all it can do is doors and a little bit of performance calculations as well. And because of that, there's no real point in having a tutorial set for it, because if they change a lot of the features in the Horizon Sim 787 EFB, then it renders the video entirely useless and then we have to do a new one. And I know YouTube works on clicks and all that sort of thing, but I don't like to create videos just for the sake of creating videos. I like to have a reason behind it. Something that you guys would at least have some use from, at least, or enjoyment from. And Janaea Tower says the PMDG 737 for them is ridiculously optimised. It plays on an iGPU and gets 24 frames per second on PMDG and 11 in comparison on the Phoenix. The difference is staggering, especially you get only around 20 frames per second. That's incredible, yes. Quite a nice one actually, to be honest. No message to anybody, Hitman, just a general comment. Hitman is asking, hello to you. The Hitman says the Universal Flight Tablet then, is it just charts and performance calculation? No, not just charts and performance calculation. So it feeds in a number of different things. Rod Ryler, welcome on board. Great to have you with us. Initially you would have a blank screen. Now if you've got a Navigraph subscription, as we showed earlier on, you can go and connect your Simbrief like so, and with the Navigraph subscription you can authenticate your Navigraph account via this little tile here, this button here, and then you can fiddle all your units as and how you wish. With that you can then pull your flight plan data into the tablet, into the Universal Flight Tablet, and that then will help you feed that into the aircraft as well, so it does save a number of steps. And with it you get various different METARs, weather data as well, and your Navigraph charts. So there's the simple METAR. We didn't see that earlier actually, I forgot to click it, and that's the normal METAR combination if you like. But that's a nice simple way of looking at it, seeing exactly what information you need and what's going on. And there's Palm Springs. Look at the difference in temperature. -2 at Minneapolis, dew point -7. And in comparison, Palm Springs, a balmy 18 degrees Celsius. Very nice. What's LA doing? 13. Oof. I suppose there's more coastal, I guess. As we saw earlier on as well, you can type in the company route, like so. Once you've pulled it into the tablet, you can type that in there and activate the route, and it basically sucks your flight plan in from the Universal Flight Tablet here and puts it into the FMS, which is very smart. No pushback features in the tablet, Carl, unfortunately, at least not yet. And then for those of you who didn't see it earlier on as well, once you've pulled your flight plan in, you can have a little look at all of your Simbrief OFP on this tab in a beautiful layout, very nice kind of contrasted background as well. Massive thank you to Sonia Whitfield for generating our flight plan for today, the dispatcher. And we've got an alternate route to LA as well if it all goes a bit Pete Tong. And we'll leave this up here somewhere for our fuel checks at various areas. Ricardo, it's in the pinned message, buddy. Tablet is releasing on Monday. Major Aviator, hello, saying, will this tablet update just feature the tablet, or is there other changes as well? I think you mean in the update that PMDG are pushing on Monday, right? You're basically asking, is it just the tablet, or are there other updates and tweaks and features within it? I don't know, to be honest. The best thing to do will be wait for Monday. When the update does come, there'll be a thing on the PMDG forum, and alongside that will be a changelog showing you exactly what's included. That's the best way to kind of work that out, but I'm not sure, to be honest. We probably won't know exactly until Monday anyway. MPS says almost, well, about half of all of the US is covered in VATSIM ATC. Not this bit though, unfortunately. Oh, we're barely overtaking him. Matt is saying there, thinks there are some very small tweaks included in the update alongside the tablet being released to you all, but nothing we'll seriously notice. Minneapolis Center shows on now, Delta Tango says, but he's not been pinged. Ah yes, so they do. 1334. Let's have a little listen. I'm just going to work out what my manually set offset track is. 10 miles? Chuffing neck, we don't need to be that far away. That's a good point, Badger saying there. If you've purchased the PMDG 737 products through the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace, then you're going to have to wait until Microsoft Flight Simulator has the marketplace updates for the store inside the sim before you get the update roll through to you guys. It's another feature why, I mean, there's another reason I guess why I never really like.
Good morning, this is American Level 2 with you, flight level 340.
I never really like using the marketplace for anything because the way that it takes forever for any updates to come through is just ridiculous, isn't it? They've got far too much of a big backlog.
Delta 9729, request vector for ILS runway 35, Brown Island.
Mathis has said they've decided to keep many settings inside the CDU because some people just don't want the tablet in virtual cockpit. It is a personal choice. One of the features that PMDG are looking to include in the future, so it's not going to be in place immediately, but they're looking at basically in the future putting a lot of our failure options, all of this, active 1, chuffing neck.
Delta 2622 Minneapolis Center, runway 30.
All of this into the tablet at some point, so you have the choice of commanding the failures and systems and the settings in here or on the CDU based on your personal preference. What's active? Hydraulics again, chuffing neck. Alright, I'm sure it'll be alright. We've got no warnings there. And no hydraulic warnings up here illuminated. It's a punishing headwind, isn't it, Patrick? It's a very punishing headwind.
United 2 on Papa, radar contact 80 miles south of Fargo. Good morning.
A little wiggle. Notice I've got 10 degrees angular bank for heading select mode at this altitude to keep everything safe and stable. Lovely.
Delta 1746, turn left heading 240 vector on course.
Left 240, Delta 1746.
Oh, Delta Tango, that's why. I was like, why are we not overtaking? It's because you speed matched us, you bugger. Are you messing with us now? MPS Gaming said now it's going to be calm in... Oh, well, nice. Well, now it's soon calm, only 85 knot headwind. So I think you're a little further ahead, aren't you, MPS? You're after Lucky, right? I don't know if it's worth speaking to him, because we're literally about to leave his airspace.
Minneapolis, good morning, Delta 2359, stand Charlie 5 at Minneapolis, Safety 20.
Absolutely, Delta Tango, that's absolute commitment. I appreciate it. Freddie, welcome on board, buddy. MPS says if you descend to flight level 300, we have less wind.
Delta 2359, Minneapolis Center, clearance to Sioux Falls is coming down.
We're at our optimal cruise at 3.6. And oddly enough, we looked at doing the opposite direction, so we were looking at doing Palm Springs into Minneapolis, and the flight time difference is almost an hour. It's absolutely insane.
Delta 2622, flighting 360, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
The hydraulic quantities are there. 72% for hydraulics in A. We'll keep an eye on it. But I always fly in the 737, and again this is a testament to the simulation that PMDG have done with this. I always fly with checklists and a QRH.
Delta 1746, cleared direct to Gideon, resume on navigation.
Direct Gideon, Delta 1746.
So what have we got here? Let's have a little quick check here. There you go. So they're the checklists that I designed for the 737s for our Osprey Airways. So I always fly with that, and then I've got a Thomson Airways 737 quick reference handbook.
769, runway 35, clear to land.
And we've used it a few times, to be fair.
Runway 35, clear to land, Delta 769.
Like hydraulic low pressure, system A, that kind of thing. So if that became a problem, we'd click there, it would take us straight to our quick reference or quick actions and things like that. So we'd change to standby rudder, turn hydraulic pump switch off, and then work through the rest of this checklist, and then move through to the deferred items in descent phase, approach phase, and we look at manual gear extension if necessary as well with landing checklist.
American 5, Romeo Bravo, Minneapolis.
Lefties, Labs, welcome. Thank you very much, appreciate it. Joining us as a bronze frequent flyer, first new member of the stream today. Thanks for your support.
Minneapolis, good morning, Sultan 8116, one of those responser.
There he is, a bit closer for you now, Delta Tango. Am I making your TCAS bum squeak?
Sultan 8116, Minneapolis Center, squawk 677.
There he is.
6776.
Yeah, I mean the hydraulic system thing that I've got going on as a failure in the FMC. The reason why that is happening is because I've got service-based failures on the aircraft, and you have to maintain it. So the more you fly the 737, you have to service it.
Radar contact 50 miles southwest of Omaha. Good morning.
Living on a Player says I always use that checklist. It's so nice. Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to design it, tweak it to make sure that it was easy to use.
65 heavy expect Dallas from 30 left approach.
So we should be on the same track of about 240, if I've got this right.
2622 radar contact, the altitude. Delta 2622, roger, climb and maintain 17,000.
And it gives us about 2 nautical mile offset track. In fact, a 3 nautical mile offset track to the right. So that's fine. We can have that separation quite happily there.
Delta 2622, turn right direct taxi, resume the departure, climb and maintain.
Mix 64, hello to you.
Again, flightable, correction 17,000.
Blown Up says, could we have it so that we can download custom checklists into the Universal Flight Tablet? Blown Up is asking. It's an interesting question actually, I'm not sure how they would do that. And I would then also assume that it needs like a PDF display feature within this as a zone app. Not sure. Interesting idea for a feature though. Perhaps one for the future to add to the list. So a lot of people have been asking PMDG in the forums about various features and a kind of wish list as well on various different aspects of what people would like to see that would be quite useful to have inside the tablet. So a lot of people on the forum have said, will it be available on an external device? And Robert Randazzo's edited the original post that's linked in the stream description to say that that was in the original design workflow, but it's in an area of capability that they've not worked with previously. So because of that, PMDG can't give us any timing expectations because they haven't actually evaluated that aspect of the tech implementation yet. So it's something to consider there. A number of people were also asking whether or not the tablet here, the Universal Flight Tablet, will appear in the EFB, in the DC6. And as it stands at the moment, the answer is currently, in short, hopefully in the future, but at this point it's not being worked on. That's kind of the shorthand of the explanation from Robert there, saying a lot of DC6 pilots, including himself, would love to have that capability in the DC6 cockpit, but there are a number of different technical hurdles that have to be cleared in order for that to happen, and one of those, quite significant really actually, is the DC6 already has a tablet, and that would have to be completely rewritten for all of the functionality to be taken out of that and put into the UFT in the DC6. And with the amount of work that's involved there, most likely involved, they just don't have the free development time available to work out whether it's feasible or what the tech lift would even look like. So Robert's saying there in the forum, as of this moment, they're not offering any expectations that they will provide the Universal Flight Tablet in the DC6, so it might not even happen. It's more of a desirable thing. If and when the dev time is available to evaluate such a move, PMDG will do so, but they have a very full agenda at the moment. Hopefully that clears the DC6 question up.
Heavy after passing Bauer, descend to maintain 4,000.
After Bauer down to 4,000, KLM 665.
A number of folks have asked if the tablet will work on Xbox as well, and that's been a theme in the chat today as well. And PMDG saying that their development philosophy has been to work diligently in order to ensure that the tablet will be available for Xbox users, and that as much of the functionality as possible should work. But that being said, they're only working still on a theory, as the only way to test aeroplane downloadable content on Xbox is to get the product through the marketplace intake process via Microsoft, and then they've got their own designated beta testers that would pull the update down, report on what they see, and PMDG do all have Xbox internally now to do that beta testing, but it needs to be onboarded into the marketplace beta process first, by the sounds of it. Once that's done, they'll have more of an idea of what works and what doesn't, and he says here in the forum again, in theory all of it should work, but it has been our experience that Xbox is a bit like running through a dark room whilst blindfolded. The only way to find your way through is to bounce off a few obstacles and then plan for how to get around them. So he says there, we'll keep us posted as to what we see once we actually have the tablet build operationally in an Xbox, and in the meantime PMDG will continue to sacrifice the metaphorical goat in hope that it all works. And what I'll do is I'll grab the link to that. I know it's in the stream description as well, but I'll pop that in. So you can click it and you can have a little look.
3495, leave from airspace. Denver Center is closed for exchange approved.
We've drifted to 4 track miles there, so I just need to come back a little bit. We're hand flying an offset track, it's making it a bit tricky, to be honest. With this massive headwind, I'm very conscious if we step climb above our optimal cruise, which is about now 3.6, then we'll end up burning more than we intend to. Headwind is coming off though, isn't it? Look, 116 now. What was it a few minutes ago? 140 something, wasn't it? It was insane. KD66 Yankees, the next waypoint in 160 nautical miles. So let's have a look. There it is. We expect to have 9.1. KD66 Yankee. 9.1 EFOB. So I'll just make a little note of that so we can come off that screen there and still fiddle about with things. 140 about 10 minutes ago, Patrick says. It was 120 a moment ago. Good stuff. So it is coming off a little bit. Absolutely, Delta Tango. You're making me work. That's what you're doing. Let's just slowly drift back a little bit here. Yeah, as Ian is saying there on Navigraph, we're head on to the jet stream. In fact, if I show you that here, where is it? Weather, jet streams. There we are. So that's the weather that we're fighting at the moment. Once we get past KD66 Yankee, we're about 80 miles after that. As we're passing, what airport is that? Rocky Mountain Metro. So effectively, as we're passing Rocky Mountain Metro, that's when it should kind of die off a little bit. Thunder Bay is insanely strong there, and that's what all the folks on across the pond are surfing at the moment. That jet stream, in fact, not really flying much of a jet stream in that sector, but those of them heading up here towards Africa would be riding that jet stream all the way. That would shave quite a bit of time off the flight, I think. Giving me BA747 vibes when they broke the speed record. Oh my goodness. So that's 380. That's 340. Whew. What we got? That's the jet stream over the Atlantic at the moment. So 420, 380, 340 is intense. So that's where it's at its strongest over the Atlantic at the moment. Jack says it's one heck of a headwind. What options do you have on those in these circumstances? Well, effectively, the options really are around taking a lot more fuel. This is where your fuel preparations come in handy a lot. So when we were on the ground earlier on and we spoke about how importing our flight plan today didn't actually load in our fuel inside the FMS, and some people might think, well, that's not a good thing, but I took that as actually a good thing, because in a scenario like this where we've got such strong winds pushing against us, we're burning a lot more fuel on this flight than we otherwise would. So by not importing the fuel into the FMS on this occasion, what it meant was I had to make sure our flight planning was up to date in the last hour or so to ensure that we've got the correct forecast and the correct winds within our OFP. Meaning that our fuel calculations would also be correct based on the weather conditions, so that we wouldn't have too little fuel for the flight today. Someone was asking earlier how to do step climbs in the 737. Good question. Say for example we're on the route page here on legs. what you need to do is just press cruise, and then you have an option here called step, and there'll be a couple of dashed lines. So pick a flight level. So I was looking at 380, we're at 360 at the moment, so I've typed flight level 380 and I've put it in. You'll then see that all of this will go blank for a little while. Just leave it, don't touch it. And then it will calculate it for you, but actually it will show you either penalty or saving. Now in this instance, the saving isn't applicable because the wind is a little bit stronger at 380 in this bit of the world. So we're actually going to have a penalty of 0.1 to 0.2% by step climbing up to 380. Therefore it renders the step climb pointless. We're not going to achieve anything except for burning a tiny little bit more fuel. And for that reason we won't bother with it. Is the tablet out? Light Force Roblox is asking. Hello to you. Ask once. I will see the chat unless it's a frenzy, and I will reply. It's pinned in the live chat, so right at the top of your live chat or down at the bottom of the live chat, depending on what device you're using, you should be able to see a big pinned thing that says the tablet will be releasing on Monday. So it's not out yet. It says preview in the title as well of the stream because it is a preview build, a pre-release version prior to it actually coming out, and it's your opportunity to watch and have a little look and interact with it live with me today during this flight. I mean, I'm excited to see what gets developed with this beyond the release. What other apps, I suppose I can call them apps, what other apps will be created for it in the near future. Zoom out a little bit. Ding ding ding. There we go. Jacket should account for it. Should account for the wind, because it is part of our flight planning, isn't it? So if we bring up our flight plan again, our OFP, it's got. You can see here, it's got our winds at each waypoint estimated with the forecast. So at Lucky, at our altitude of flight level 360, Mach 80. Winds are forecast to be 242 at 130 knots. KD 660, 236 at 115. Dove Creek, Delta Victor Charlie's VOR. Again, flight level 360, but the wind's dropping slightly to 234 at 94. So on and so forth, and continuing to drop as we make our way closer to Palm Springs. And in fact, in the Star, as we arrive at flight level 140, or 14,000 feet, sorry, the winds are only 280 at 28. So all of this gets input into the Simbrief calculations, and then it will give us, within our weights, passengers, cargo, payload, all the rest of it, but it will give us our fuel calculations as well, and it says possible extra 1.1 tonnes. So looking at, with the massive headwind that we expect, it's looking at potentially taking an extra 1.1 tonnes, so we could take a maximum of 15.4 on that flight if we wanted to. And again, if your Simbrief flight plan actually says estimated 14.3, there's nothing wrong with you as the captain saying, well actually, yes it says that, but I want to take 14.5, or I want to take 15 tonnes. As long as it's within the maximum, what you would have to do is make sure your performance calculations are really accurate based upon your weights of the aircraft in comparison to your EFB. And that's where the performance tool would come in really handy, because for the aircraft you have two options: import from OFP, which is all your weights at takeoff, or if you change those settings and you choose something else in the aeroplane, actually you can press import from aircraft and it will load in the new weights, which would incorporate the extra fuel you've taken with you as well. So Palm Springs Airport, runway, what are we looking at? 31 left, I think. Nice long runway, about 3,000 metres again. Hergy says, what do you think looks better, the Boeing 787 or the Airbus A350? For me, I love the looks of the A350. It's such a stunning aeroplane, isn't it? It's a beautiful bit of machinery, that. Javier, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing. Jack said somebody earlier asked if the Universal Flight Tablet only does charts and performance calculations. Can I ask what else could it have? Oh, so you might have missed that bit, Jack. But it's a good question. Some other people might be tuning in now wondering the same. It does both. It does Navigraph charts as well, so we can see the Navigraph map. Lovely, look at that. But it also has Simbrief integration, which feeds the Simbrief data into the FMS, weights, routing, all of that sort of thing, and then we can see our METAR data here as well, either simple or normal formats. And then it pulled the OFP in like we're seeing here. If you missed the pushback and taxi, Jack, go back and check that out, because we'll see it on the ground at Palm Springs as well. But effectively what we had was a really cool Navigraph chart overlay. So this is what we're expecting into Palm Springs, S Bono 1 arrival. Via Needles, Echo Echo Delta, Needles VOR 1152. And that's an 81-mile leg down to UBabe, which is down here. 81 miles on an outbound radial of 216 degrees from the Needles VOR. So we'll be routing all the way down here. At that point, I think we'll have started our descent. We'll be into cloud, and then it's Bono. Expect radar vectors to final approach course. So it's going to bring us into this valley, which is where Palm Springs is situated. Yeah, we'll have a look at that again in a moment, Mikkel. We've still got a way to go though, I think, haven't we? So a number of different VORs to tune, and where it says cloud, let's zoom right in here. Where it says cloud there, it's got a little square and a H. So if it has a little H, or if it's got a 1 or something like that in a little box, then it means that there's an inset somewhere else on the charts to review. In this case, H is for hold, and there it is, that little inset. So if we have to hold over cloud, it's entry 252, right turn, outbound 072, and we'll go for about a minute for a leg. From that approach, we move on to the RNAV Yankee 31, which is going to look like this. Choffinek. 3,000 meters or so, Hergy, roughly, off the top of my head. So the RNAV Yankee is going to bring us in from S Bono, radar vectors to final approach course. S Bono is right up on the top corner of the charts up here. So we're going to come in 192 degrees, Weemere, up to Riok, turning right down to 4,000 feet by Tevuk, and then a straight in approach to runway 31 left. So that means the airport terminal building would be on our left hand side, as will the terrain as we commit on to final approach there. Inbound RNAV course of 309 degrees, and the missed approach for this with all the terrain around us. Climb to 1,800 feet, and then a climbing right turn to 4,000 direct to the Tango Romeo Mike VOR and hold, and that's thermal, this one there. So you can see from Tevuk we drop down to 2,900, so Riok to Tevuk, and then GISOP 309 degrees, 4,000 feet down to 2,900, then a 3.1 degree glide path angle, or descent angle there onto final approach, which to be honest I'll probably hand fly, I'm not sure, we'll work it out when we get there. We've got a 2 next to S Bono, where we talked about the little insets and stuff earlier on. Little 2 initial approach for S Bono, 9,000 feet, and there's a 2 in the middle of the field of the charts there, look, above the 104. RMP 0.3, so we have to make sure our RNAV matches that capability as well. Minimums 734 on the Barrow, which is 304 feet above ground level approximately. And that's where we're at with that. Airport elevation at the top somewhere, 477 feet. Jack, no, it's a good question, and as Steve is saying there, it's not a dumb question because you're asking it. And I guarantee there will be lots of other people wondering the same thing as well that haven't asked. And because you've asked it, we've answered all of their questions too, so thank you. Greg, hello, says what does the EFB add-on that's not available elsewhere? Charts are already available via Navigraph. Performance calculations are already available via VAS Airplane Toolbox. True, very true, but these performance calculations are specific to the PMDG 737s. So they're going to be a lot more accurate perhaps than VAS Airplane Toolbox. But it's also meaning that you don't have to run VAS Airplane Toolbox in a separate thing with a port open on your computer, because you could just look at the tablet and have a little look and work it out. Ashton Anders, hello to you. So it's all about just improving the experience. Where were we? So back into the electronic flight bag app section of the Universal Flight Tablet. We'll go back to the charts. We spoke about the final approach, but we also need to consider what we're going to do after landing. That's MSP, whoopsie. Airport. Oh, there we go. Airport parking gates and coordinates. Lovely. Still working my way around all of this. Jack, this won't be available as an external app. No. So 3-1 left is what we're planning to land on. Inbound course 310 as we saw. Displaced threshold actually as well in this instance, look. So the runway starts here at elevation 398, but actually it's a big old displaced threshold, and that little bar there indicates the threshold line there. So that's the start of the runway effectively, that bit. So the usable landing length might be a little bit less than what we get. And actually, look at the massive displaced threshold there on 13 right, the other end. So where it says we've got 3,048 meters of runway length, we might not actually have 3,048 meters of usable runway length, if that makes sense. This is where we have to be really, really careful about our performance calculations. And again, the charts should give us a little bit of information to help us work this out. So, we're probably going to expect to vacate at Juliet at the bottom here. We'll turn left, left again. I mean, we'll be lucky if we get Golf, I doubt that. But we'll go for Juliet, and we'll vacate left and left onto Whiskey, taxiing up, and then we'll head into Whiskey 2 or right into Bravo, probably Whiskey 2, and taxi in, park up at one of the gates here in the middle. And the inset shows us the parking stands. We're going to be parking at gate 14 if it's free. So we'll be working our way past the kind of domed section here, the main terminal bit, main set of gates, round the corner on Bravo and in. Lots of information and clutter on these charts, look. Do not mistake centre taxiway Charlie as runway 13 right or 31 left. Runway 13 right, 31 left distance remains on the west side. 31 right lighted distance remaining markers on the east side only. Limited access to the FBO at Golf. A couple of hot spots for runway incursion zones. Can't see any usable landing length information there though, so we'll continue to search in the arrival bits. The charts have always got all the information you need to know. So landing beyond the threshold on 3-1 left actually gives us, look, only 2,591 meters. So instead of 3,000 and something, It's actually only 8,500, as Lazarus has actually said in the live chat too, so good timing there, thank you. You're looking at the same kind of stuff at the same time as me, nice. So 3-1 left, 8,500 feet, or 2591. I'm actually going to say that's 2,500 and round that down just for a bit more of a safety margin. And the rest of this down here talks about takeoff margins and obstacle clearance on departures and all that sort of thing. A really useful part of the charts to read through actually when you're trying to sort of work your way into and out of an airport that you're not familiar with. It will have a lot of useful information here, very useful information talking about first vector areas and the climbs that you might expect with headings, whether it be for noise abatement or for terrain avoidance specific to each runway and that sort of thing. So really worth reading those sorts of charts really. Runway 31 left with this also gives us a nice overview of what it's going to look like on final. And while we're here, 476, I'll round it up to we'll round it up to 500. Kilo Delta 66 Yankee. I hope we are sufficiently separated now, whereas he's back there now, so I'm hoping Delta Tango is good enough. We're far enough back so that we don't cut into him too much. So both runways use a right-hand traffic pattern. Runway 31 left, which is what we're expecting. A lot of info there. Visual vertical guidance provided by 3-degree PAPIs on the right side of the runway. Use of PAPI for this runway is not authorised beyond 4 nautical miles due to high terrain. This runway has a displaced threshold resulting in a usable landing length of 8,500 feet or 2,591 metres. There is an obstacle departure procedure for this runway, and the lowest takeoff minimums require a climb minimum gradient of 386 feet per nautical mile to 4,500 feet mean sea level. Look at that scenery there. Ah, Scott, that's rubbish. Did you kind of work out what caused it, or still not sure? Delta Tango says the rounded terminal is the primary. The rectangular terminal south of it is for regional airliners. Aviation Nerd, hello to you. Matchek has landed in LAX from a Heathrow. How was your flight? Long haul flight there. Were you in the 789 as well? So let's pop this in. How far have we got? Oh, we've still got a long way to go actually. I'll wait till we're past KD66 Yankee. In the meantime, in the live chat, I'm going to run our TAF command for PSP to look at the weather over the next couple of hours. Our terminal aerodrome forecast. There it is. So winds variable at 5, plus 6 statute miles visibility, sky clear. 320 degrees at 12 knots from midnight tonight effectively. Right, yeah, so we're looking at winds variable at 5 knots and 6 statute miles or more visibility with clear skies effectively. The rest of it moves on through to tomorrow. And that we don't need to worry about there. Ah, Scott, odd. That sounds like you might have missed a generator or something. Like one of the generators up here might have not been on, or the battery might have not been down and guarded properly. Something odd like that. You might have clicked something that caused that to fail. That's the only thing I can think of. Something like that. Or instead of FMC normal, it was like both on left or both on right, so it locked that. That's the only thing I can think of. Something like that might have been clicked and caused the issue there. Good to hear you got it sorted though. Let's Turn the VORs off, we don't need that getting in the way. I'll have a little look at my favourite wing view. Aviation Nerd, hello to you. So, shall we have a look at the manual? Before we have a little while. Pop. Here it is. The Universal Flight Tablet, PMDG. So this is like the instructions manual for the UFT in the 737. And this will give you all of the information you need in order to learn how it all works. A description of what to expect from it as well. So, it's not just an EFB, it's an ecosystem, a Universal Flight Tablet. Talking about most of the apps will come from PMDG, but others from third party like Navigraph and Simbrief there. New features to control the aircraft options and PMDG functions similar to how they're already controlled via the FMS will follow in short order. We spoke about that about an hour or so ago, didn't we? Toggling those inside the FMS settings, different equipment, displays, failures, that kind of thing. We can expect some of those, potentially all of them I guess, we'll find out when we see it, to move across into the Universal Flight Tablet so that you can decide whether or not you want to configure them inside the FMS or if you want to also configure them separately inside the tablet, and it will give you the option, one or the other, or both. We talked about the Global Flight Operations Project, still ongoing from PMDG. They're looking to interface that into the Universal Flight Tablet in the future, alongside that toggle on and off that we looked at a few times too. Assuming that the liveries that you have got installed are done to the correct published standards, then the tablet is available in all PMDG 737 models, will be present upon delivery of the 777, and it's fully compatible with all third-party liveries, assuming they are done to the correct standards there, the published standards. And as they say, it's just the beginning, it's not the end of the development. The tablet's a framework that will include more features as time progresses. PMDG are going to listen to all of our suggestions. They're going to work to integrate the ones that they like during future updates, and because of that, we will see updates regularly. And then from page 5 it goes into all of the different options that you have to make your Universal Flight Tablet experience a bit seamless. So showing and hiding the tablets in page 16 of the equipment page of the FMS. So PMDG setup, aircraft equipment there. Ooh, we can highlight it. Lovely. So that's where you would go for that, as we showed earlier on, and it's stored per aircraft, like all settings in the 737s. So some aircraft you might want to have it toggled off, you might not want the Universal Flight Tablet, and on some you might, for a bit more of an advanced premium airline kind of experience, for example, I don't know. So you can toggle them on and off depending on the aircraft, and that way it will be stored per aircraft as per your own needs. We spoke about it earlier on as well. The EFB can be undocked using the right Alt button. There it is in red highlighted for you. So those of you who like to undock your displays, whether it be the primary flight display, the nav display, you can also now do that with the Universal Flight Tablet too. And then it goes on to talk about your Navigraph and Simbrief links. To fully experience the tablet's valuable flight planning and navigational features, it's important to have access to good data. In the real world, well-known external providers such as Jeppesen provide the data, and with that, for the PMDG tablet, this data comes from Navigraph. Whilst the tablet's still perfectly functional without this outside subscription, the data provided by the simulator platform isn't sufficient to do some of the really neat chart and navigational features of the tablet that we've seen already today, haven't we? So because of that, you'll need a Navigraph subscription for the advanced stuff that we've enjoyed so far today. And you just head over to navigraph.com for that. With flight planning, the Simbrief dispatch system is the web's most comprehensive free virtual planning service. fuel calculations from over 120 aircraft types, extensive route database, real-world weather forecasts, and so on. This tablet gets your flight plan directly from the Simbrief server. Charts, as we've saw today so far, from Navigraph. Does require a Navigraph subscription for that as well, and they are Jeppesen charts, as the guide here rightly points out from Navigraph, and they tweak it to work it in the sim. When the charts are geo-referenced like we had at Minneapolis, it's also possible to superimpose your location on the charts. Then on page 6 they talk about a number of different limitations with the Universal Flight Tablet to help manage our experience of it as well. So a few issues that we might encounter because of simulator limitations, some by design and some that they've not included. The brightness slider does not affect the undocked gauge. That's a limitation of the simulator platform that's unlikely to be resolved. And we spoke about that a little earlier on as well, didn't we? So if we go back to that, in case you missed it and you're just tuning in, you have an option here to wind your brightness up and down, like so. If you undock the tablet, pressing the right Alt button, and you click it and undock it, you can't change the brightness of it when it's undocked. The undocked gauge only shows the display, not the full tablet, so the home button is unavailable. But if you pressed home in the virtual cockpit, however, it will still work, and that's that PMDG logo button there, I think, or the actual home button, that one, not sure which. Haven't tried it. I tend not to undock anything myself. You can choose to have your tablet displayed or not, and as they say here, all of the usual PMDG options and functions remain available to us in the FMS menus and will eventually be in a tablet app. And when you get your hands on this on Monday, folks, you might experience a little bit of lag when you first open the tablet for the first time. It comes from loading the chart tiles. We spoke about that during taxi, in fact, didn't we? Prior to our departure today. It's just temporary. And you can also disable the kind of moving map. You can lock the chart in place. And this is a big one. Certainly useful if you've got Navigraph charts, because it should get accurate data for that. But the runway length calculations in our performance calculator here on the tablet, just about to see both of those hopefully, they're based on the simulator's data, and that if that's incomplete or inaccurate, then you might get erroneous or problematic figures generated from this. So it's all important. You know, bad data breeds bad data, good data breeds good data, doesn't it? And currently the use of Navigraph on Xbox or cloud is not currently possible, but it's something Navigraph is trying to solve. From page 7 in the manual, it goes on to talking about all your different setup options that we've discussed today. It says here, a factory reset might solve things if anything in the tablet fails to work, certainly after an update. And please note, the online functionality in the simulator must be activated for the tablet to work. And with that, you can see here, if I zoom in with my supercomputer, general options in the sim, data, and then online functionality and data connection needs to be on there. Flight plan and weather. The application handles your flight plan and display of aviation charts. After you open the application, we strongly advise you to load a Simbrief flight plan, as many functions will be unlocked with a valid flight plan. And after that, as we saw earlier, we'll be presented with that nice little screen there, which is this one. Bernie, have a good night, buddy. Transavia, this is a preview, it's not yet out yet. Read the descriptions, buddy. The icons on the right side can be used to control the display of the map, as we've seen. So all of this is going to help us learn as best as we can. And people were getting ahead of me before I could explain it, but we saw this earlier on, and it's a really, really neat feature. So a requirement of this is obviously Navigraph charts, but you can also use the standard toggleable charts as well. The control icons should be clear. Just to comment on the last one, this toggles the display from standard topographical map from Google to one of 4 Jeppesen charts, but note that a Navigraph chart account is required for this. Zooming out, depending on the internet connection, you might see some delays. The tiles get loaded, and you can see your whole route and the waypoints of the flight plan within it as well. What else have we got here? Charts. We've explored that a lot today, and our performance tool, which has been really quite nice. Interestingly, the performance calculations in the Phoenix for me are rarely accurate on landing, so I'm keen to see what the landing dispatch of this is like. When the selected runway has a displaced threshold, this will be shown. Should you wish to take off from a runway intersection, you can insert the remaining runway length by editing the displayed runway length. And we'll see what happens there with that today, because we have a displaced threshold for landing. How are we doing speed wise? Can't really go much faster, can we? Zoom zoom. Yeah, we can maybe squeeze Mach 8.1. Let's do it. Keep smashing the like button if you're enjoying today's live stream, folks, as well. So with the forecast, we're looking ahead through the rest of the day, we're expecting that wind to be variable at 5 knots. And sky's clear, should be quite dry, the weather looks quite nice at Palm Springs. So perhaps a bit in advance of when we otherwise would do it, but let's put all of this in here. Let's go to RNAV Yankee. 3-1 left Yankee, and we want Esbono 1 via Echo Delta, and the transition is Esbono. And we can execute that. So we've added from Echo Delta the rest of our flight plan with vectors from Esbono. There's a double Esbono there. 9,000 at or below. So let's get rid of that one. Oops. Wrong airliner. We'll go Esbono. Esbono. So we'll overwrite that double whammy there. Wemir, Ryok, Tevuk, Jisop, and then the runway. We can put a couple of fix rings in here as well. So we've got what we got. Runway 31 left. Somebody was asking about Winnipeg. Canadian Flight Simmer. Hello, buddy. Good morning. I think it was yourself, wasn't it, earlier on in the chat? Sorry, I forgot to answer. Asking if we're going to fly Winnipeg anytime soon. That could be a really good one for Dash 8 flying, couldn't it? But we'll see how we go. 315 votes 1 hour ago. What does the poll say for Monday's flight? Wow. Horizon Simulations 787-9 has blown everything else out the water. Whoa. So that's what we'll be flying on Monday then. Probably with our Osprey Airways livery as well, which Tapsy's been painting. He's looking at creating a dirty one for both the General Electric GENX option and the Rolls-Royce Trent variant as well. Fix rings. Let's head back to the charts because I want to decide on what would be suitable fix ring for us for our arrival. So at GSOP 7.3, runway 31 left, so that's going to be a good one. We'll do 7 miles. Well, to be fair, we could do 8 miles rather than 7 miles because that'd be GSOP will be just after passing the 8 line on the fixed ring. And we could do 10. Well, Tevuk at 4,000. Yeah, we'll do 10. In fact, I won't bother. We'll just do 8 on its own. With our forecast for our winds as well. Remember, we pulled out our winds in here from the Simbrief flight plan. I haven't done the usual thing where you go onto Simbrief and you download the flight plan from that, and you download the .wx weather PMDG file and you put it into the work folder. Those of you who know what all of that is, I haven't done any of that today. It's all raw to see how much data we get from the Universal Flight Tablet. So I'll press descent winds, we'll see what happens. Give it a little moment. Forecastling's upload ready. Oh, beautiful. So it does that for us as well. QNH currently 29 at 88. I'll put that in. If we change it, if we need to change it, we will. That will help the aeroplane calculate our top of descent later on. Awesome. We've still got like 700 nautical miles left. And a 100 knot headwind. Absolutely destroying our airspeed. Crikey, we've caught someone else up as well. Oh! Hello, fellow pilot. Planes for Life, welcome, buddy. Bird says he landed Chester. Yesterday, my game would not taxi to the gate, just wheel spin. Is that active bug or just me? What aircraft were you in? If it was in the 737, yeah, as Steve Drar said, you probably blew your tyres on landing. So the only way to do that would be to shut down and be towed, or you go into the FMC and you have to reset your tyres, basically repair your tyres. Basically, effectively, it's a failure simulation. I don't think I have done a Montreal stream actually, Canadian Flyer. I don't think I've purchased it yet. Certainly haven't had it sent my way anyway. Keep my eye out. I wonder if the Dash 7 can get into Milford Sound. We could do some, like, a little bit of New Zealand hops in the Dash 7. Instead of Greenland, we could take one out for a spin and just zip about. There's our beautiful contrails. You know what this livery reminds me of, for those of you in the UK, and I suppose Europe as well, because you probably remember it from 10-15 years back. My Travel Airlines, do you remember that? It reminds me a little bit of that. Almost 200 likes, appreciate it, all of you guys, thank you very much. One of those things, the Universal Flight Tablet's been in progress now for quite some time and lots of people really excited for it. Mr. Q Aviation says, hopefully the Horizon Simulations freeware 787-9 gets an engine sound mod. Have you tried the General Electric version of the Horizon 789, Mr. Q? Because it's got their own custom sounds in there that are actually really quite good. The engine sounds, certainly on startup for the GNX, it's quite a distinctive noise, like a hum that you get, and they've nailed that perfectly. So you don't need a sound mod for that. But the Rolls-Royce Trent variant is a bit basic. So for that, that's the kind of stuff where you angle into getting FT Sim Plus, but you only need it for the Rolls-Royce variant. MPS game has only got 53 knot headwind. Good work. So have another look at Valanta, folks. Let's see what the crack is. Across the pond is it's just carnage, isn't it? What the heck? Absolutely insane. Beautiful routes down here though, down South Atlantic. There it is, heading towards Cape Town and Abuja. Let's pop 2 more screenshots in. And there's our happy little routing over here. Where are we? Through this bit of murky poop weather. David's there. Crispy ducks all the way up there, crikey. And MPS is miles ahead. No screenshots. David as well, Osprey 490. No screenshots, choffing neck. About to route over Denver Airport, in fact. Delta Tango screen grabs there. Beautiful, look at that. And Ian Osprey 2472. Oh! Oops. Check that out. Our special Osprey Holidays livery as well. That sunset is absolute fire. Oh! 4 contrails as well. And a moon that's fallen out of the sky. 737, they've got it bang on, haven't they, in the sim? Stunning. Really, really good. Demons play as well, MSP to PSP and the Mad Dog. Good work, going old school. I've got one right ahead of me as well, but I don't know who it is. Zagoku Osprey 495, there he is. In the A330-900. Slow coach! Where's he at? Have we overtaken him already? Oh no, he's still ahead. He's all the way up there. What's your speed, Zagoku? Badge just over Newfoundland. There's no way in hell I'm ever going to find you in that mass of people. Living on the player says the General Electric sounds from Horizon simulations in their 789 are incredible in his opinion. I agree. Really, really good. Jack says, bit of a curveball question, is there anywhere I can go to get the thrust performance fuel data for engines? You'd need the operator's handbook, I suppose, the manufacturer's handbook stuff. And it'd have all the certification in there. Mach 82 Lazarus, wow. Okay, I'm not catching you then. We might have to spread out a bit actually, proactively, before we get too close. Currently I'm only 2.5 miles behind you. There he is. My ground speed's 10 knots shorter as well. What's the real time doing? Let's have a little look. Oh, this is real time. The sun's only just come up. Those of you looking at Flight Sim Expo next year, I haven't got the annual leave authorised still, but I have requested it, and I've already booked my flights. So, bit of a weird routing, but to save money, I've decided to get flights using my BA Avios and my Amex companion voucher. So I'm flying Heathrow to Phoenix, and I've got business class return with BA for this is like 50 or 60,000 Avios points and a total of only £600. 600 quid for business, both like in total both ways, so 300 quid per sector. Insane. On an A350 1000 club suite. I couldn't resist. That's what credit cards are for, right? And then we are and then I'm gonna hop out of Phoenix. My original plans were to hire a car and drive for 4 hours up to Vegas, which I thought would be quite cool, but Southwest have just released their flights. So 120 or so pounds, 130 or so pounds, I'm flying from Phoenix to Vegas, because the timings with American Airlines just don't work out for the time I arrive at Phoenix with BA. So I thought, you know what, I'll try some free snacks on Southwest, thanks GSX. And then on the way home, after FlightSim Expo, I'll be there for 5 days in Vegas at Tropicana. And on the Monday I'll be flying back from Vegas to Phoenix with American Airlines on a 737-800. This will be the first ever time in my life I've flown in a 737 as well, in fact, by the way, folks. It'll be with Southwest and then American Airlines for FlightSim Expo 2024. And I'll be flying from Vegas to Phoenix with American, and then I'll be flying from Phoenix back to Heathrow with British Airways. So, quite an adventure, and I'm really looking forward to it. Personally, I'm particularly looking forward to meeting a lot of developers as well that I've been speaking to via email over the last 2.5 or so years. 2 years. The folks at PMDG, for example, iniBuilds, Orbex as well, Navigraph, all of these guys and girls that I've been speaking to over the years. I'm looking forward to actually finally being able to say hello to them in person, put a face to a name. For a lot of you looking at going to FlightSim Expo, or is it something that you're not going to be doing either because you don't live in the States and you can't get across, or you just tend not to kind of visit those sort of events? Last year looked incredible, didn't it, at Houston? And for what it's worth, this year they're looking at doing a whole load of events around FlightSim Expo as well, lots of tours. I think they're waiting for the military to sign something off as well. Let me dig it out. Let's have a little look. FSA. For those of you who have been waiting for the Osprey Airways Boeing 787-9 for the Horizon Simulations mod, TAPSI has finally released deliveries on flightsim.to. So if you're watching TAPSI, massive thank you, as well as always painting some of our beautiful liveries. They anticipate having exciting add-on activities. They're hoping to do a tour of Nellis Air Force Base, a Las Vegas airside tour, the Federal Aviation Authority facility tours, and more on the Thursday, Friday and Monday. So a really action-packed week for FlightSim Expo actually. I'm looking forward to it. I wanted to go last year, 2023, but obviously those of you who watch regularly know I had a number of problems that got in the way. My mum dying quite suddenly a couple of weeks before FlightSim Expo being one of those. So it just didn't work out timing wise, and I just moved house, so budget had been completely stripped bare and all that sort of thing. Steve, nice, be good to see you. He's going to be at FlightSim Expo. Not sure he'll be presenting again though. We'll see what the presenter list looks like. Nice. Jack says he gets too scared to go to that stuff. Oh, me too. But I thought, sod it, I'll go. I'll go to one. I have to go to at least one. I thought, why not? 2024. It's in Vegas after all. A little part of me was hoping for San Diego though, I do have to say. San Diego is my favourite place in the US. So there's a little part of me that died inside when I didn't have that in place, so. Delta Tango says, Mrs. Tango and I are planning to attend. He's trying to make a t-shirt with his profile pic on the front. I'll be doing some FlightSim Expo 2024 merch as well. And I'll try and take some bits with me as well to give out randomly, I suppose. Carlito, awesome. Is there anyone in the live chat that always goes every year? And have done for the last 2, 3, 4 years or so? And if so, have you found that each year it's just got better and better each time, or not? Dave says, thanks for all of the great Microsoft Flight Sim content. You're up there with the best content creators going around. Cheers. You're more than welcome. Really appreciate those comments. Very kind of you. Great to hear that you enjoy the content as well. Really appreciated. You know what we've not done in a little while? Had a little look to see how we're all getting on New Sky. So, let me just have a wee look here at the map. So this is New Sky, which is what we're tracking our virtual airline client on at the moment. We can actually see if people are flying across the pond with Osprey. So there's 72 flights currently being tracked on New Sky. 12 of those are Osprey Airways. In fact, Osprey 4 across the pond. That's Badger, A350-900. We've got Osprey 7821 as well, flying MCO to Rome Fiumicino. Jeffrey flying in the 787-10. That's across the pond route as well. Excellent. Osprey 784, beautiful. Carlitos flying the 787-9 from Bolivia, I think, isn't it? Or is it Bolivia? Brasilia? I can't. SKBO. I'm gonna have to Google it. How embarrassing. To GOBD. Which is in Senegal. Blaise Diagne Airport. Who else have we got? Osprey 81 Charlie's flying around. Danny Boy in the 737 700 from Athens to Stansted. We've got Osprey 111 Quebec. Pachel 787-9 off to Prague. Osprey 452s going Frankfurt to LA in the A350-900. My goodness, that's a good effort. An Osprey 740 Fuzzy Bear going WG to Eham in the A310. And then we got all of us in our little merry train flying along on our routing here today. Who else have we got? Let's have a little look. I think that's everybody, isn't it? Yeah. Awesome. What's cool is you can click that and you can look at Badger, for example. There he is, just past Goose Bay and all that part. That's to start his oceanic look. 50 north, 50 west. So he's entered his oceanic nat track out of JFK, and you can see his routing. 51 north, 40 west, 52 north, 30 west, 53 north, 20 west, and then at Malot to exit over Ireland and into Manchester. For those of you not too familiar with New Sky, with the maps as well, you can look at, for example, Manchester. You can click it and it will show you the passenger demands. So it show you going eastbound, southeastbound. There's a huge demand of like 5,000 people waiting to fly out of Manchester. Similarly, if we looked at GOBD, it was down here, shown red at the moment, and that's because the passenger demand has been drained quite a bit, and there's also cargo demand too. So we've got cargo aircraft and all that inside the sim, inside New Sky, with our various liveries. Rab says World Update 14 has been put back a week. Oh, that's a shame. They tend to get delayed nowadays, don't they? To be honest. And there she is. The Horizon Sim 787-9 in our Osprey Airways livery. Thanks to Tapsy for all his work. It's the perfect livery. It looks so good on the 787-9. That's ready for the fleet. There are 3 or 4 in the fleet already, actually, I think. And both options available, General Electric and Rolls-Royce, with a slight dirty look to it, thanks to the paint kit. Beautiful. How good is that? Absolutely stunning. I'll give him a little like there as well. and I'll subscribe to that in case he updates it. How many updates? Does it say how many 27 downloads already in like 10 minutes. Good work. Airborne from Colorado, joining Echelon left, Scott says. Where is he? Look at the mountains below. Beautiful. That's the only thing with the Tropicana, David, is I've read that the rooms are particularly nasty. I've not read very many positive reviews about the Tropicana for Flight Sim Expo, so I was a bit hesitant booking it, to be honest, as a hotel, and I was tempted to look elsewhere, but the rates are so good in comparison. It's half the price than if I'd have booked it myself in the UK, paying full rate to stay there for the same period of time. So I thought, you know what, I'm only going to be in the room to sleep. I might wrap myself in cling film if it's dirty, but I can make do for 5 days. If not, I'll kick off, check out, and go somewhere else. We'll go Bellagio and cry to sleep. There's our Google mapping, showing our route for today. And to be honest, Ace Airstream, I'm not sure, buddy. Will I take pics, Jack? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've booked my window seats and all that already with BA, so and American Airlines, and I've actually paid for, don't judge me for this because it is Southwest I guess, but I've booked their business plus with Southwest, so I get priority boarding. The idea there being I can whizzle on into the plane as quick as I can and get a wing seat view, window wing seat view there as well. So I'm hoping to take loads of little videos and stitch them into a little kind of flying to Expo short video and that sort of thing. David, good stuff. We'll have a pint together. Delta Tango says, if it weren't for the fact you don't use face reveal, you could use short live streams from the show with your phone. I could do actually. I mean, that is an option, isn't it? Not necessarily showing my face, but walking around and showing bits. Right, about halfway through, as you can see there on the PMDG Universal Flight Tablet, or just over halfway through, so the headwind is absolutely wrecking us. And we're burning a fair bit of fuel, aren't we, as well? It reckons we'll get to Palm Springs with 4.6 tons, so that's still fine, but we'll keep an eye on that. This headwind is kind of slowly dying away, so that's only a good thing for us. Right, folks, I'm going to leave you to watch the screen here for a moment. I've run out of water, my throat's quite croaky, post-cold, so I'm going to run downstairs, grab a coffee, grab some water. You could do the same as well, we're not going anywhere, we're still going to be live streaming for the next probably hour and a half. And I'm going to grab a little snacky snack and I'll be right back. There we go, I'm back. Thanks for bearing with us, folks. The I'm definitely in a bit of trouble. I was looking at the window earlier thinking, there's a little bit of rain. That wasn't on the forecast today. It was really sunny when I started the live stream. And then as I went downstairs, I could see that I'd hung all of the washing out, at the missus's request, by the way, at the behest of the other half, who's out doing a bit of shopping. And I then realised that that all the washing that was supposed to be drying was probably very wet. so I've had to run around, scooping everything up really quickly. Master caution, fuel, and that's because the centre tanks are empty. And I've been downstairs for a little while, so we have an imbalance, so let's deal with that. So master caution, push to release, or where we set. Fuel pumps, centres left and right confirmed off. And let's see, where are we? Let's catch up. So let's do a bit of rebalancing. So crossfeed open, valve open. Light's gone out. We want to confirm the correct tanks here to turn off. So the lowest is tanks on the left. Left aft and forward, one aft and forward. So let's turn aft one off. Check, it's good. Forward one off. And engines are stable. Now we're feeding out of the right tanks only. Forward and aft 2. To rebalance the fuel a little bit. Ian says he's just spent the last half an hour re-entering in the flight plan on the fly. The whole thing just disappeared. The pilot suddenly got very busy. The first officer sacked. What happened? Oh dear. We're all having a mare today, aren't we? Mally Joke says, show tablet. This one that was on the screen the whole time while I was away. I suppose I didn't show you that one. There's an independent first officer's tablet as well, which all works completely separate to one another. If you are just tuning in, welcome. With all this very nice performance calculation stuff in there for us to enjoy. Rockies to the north. MPS Gaming, your servers have gone down. I might have snuck a few chocolate biscuits back upstairs with me as well. I get told off about the biscuits in our house, because apparently I eat them all before the missus can enjoy one. But I point out, she doesn't like biscuits as much as I do, and once they're open, they go stale in a few days, so they have to be eaten, otherwise it's adding to the food waste that is a national problem. So I eat them to prevent the food waste. But anyway, there's a little insight into my world. And I've got a lovely El Salvador coffee as well, brought back up. It's an espresso, so it's not impeccable standards, but it's pretty good. Delta Tango says he's seen streamers go out of their way to increase the sense of realism, but moving laundry is a new one. He says while slowly folding laundry at flight level 360 as well. Yeah, the other day I had a cold and I was enjoying a couple of biscuits. Oop, getting sidetracked. Let's get these pumps back on. And I couldn't taste anything because my taste senses had gone a little bit. So I was like, well, you know what? I have to have another one just to see if my taste has come back yet. That was my excuse. And then I had another one again just in case my taste was coming. It's good. I've got a biscuit obsession. Chocolate digestives especially. So I've slightly overdone it on the fuel imbalance there, but I'll just keep an eye, let it settle, see what it does. I might go the other way, but that's okay. As long as it's within 600, 700 kilograms, then which that is, then it's within the limits. So I'm not going to chase it too much. All the pumps are on, centre pumps are off, crossfeed closed. Valves off, engines are stable. Ooh, dark chocolate bickies. Lovely. Where are we at? Let's get rid of that. I had a washer dryer in my old house, Badger, but I don't have a dryer in the new house. We're looking at getting one of those electric airer things. step climb recommendation coming up. But again, if we look at this, go to the cruise tab, actually the step climb is not beneficial to us whatsoever. We would actually incur a 1.7% fuel penalty by going up to flight level 380. So we're not going to do that. What about 340? Let's see. See about stepping down at 2,000 feet. So we'll get it to recalculate. And we'll see what that thinks. 4.4% more fuel penalty by going down 2,000 feet. So this is the optimum for us. So we're not going to do any step climbs. So we'll get rid of that, and that removes the step climb marker on the nav display there on our routing. That's how you do step climbs. Somebody was asking that earlier. We're going to do a quick master caution test to make sure our fuel things have been solved. Ooh, hello fellow pilot. Someone going the other way. Got a blip on the left, Ian says. Yes, I can see that aircraft there now. And I've got to say, scenery around this part of the US is just beautiful. Look at that. Up on the nose. Where's the old nose cam? There it is. Get the GoPro on. .9 tons of fuel left. MPS, my god, that's not very much. We've got 4.7 left. It might be worth MPS seeing if you can step climb anywhere. There's a waypoint coming up, and that is DVC. So what we're going to do is go to the OFP, and we're going to have a little look at our waypoint by waypoint estimated fuel calculations. Make sure that we are on track still. So lots of NOTAMs to get through. Airport weather list. Dove Creek DVC. So 6.4 tons on board, it says. Actually, we've got 7.3. Wow. We can't go any faster to burn any more. But it's within the max of 7.8 as well, so that's okay. What time we'll do the landing calculations, Mikkel? Before top of descent, buddy. Which is in 320 nautical miles. What I will need help with, though, in between now and then, thank you to everybody who voted earlier on. Over 300 votes, wasn't it, I think, off the top of my head. And we've all decided, thanks to the power of all of your votes, we're going to fly on Monday the Horizon Simulation 787-9 once again. And we'll put our new Osprey Airways livery into action as well. We'll roll her out of the hangar for a first flight. But we need to decide where to fly. And I'll need your help with that as well. Certainly if you're one of our channel members, bronze or silver or gold frequent flyers, you guys have got the power to choose where we fly. So any thoughts, any ideas in the live chat will be considered. Ideally somewhere with really nice scenery and third party add-on scenery, that is. Potatoes asking, do you have any ideas on what third-party applications will come to the Universal Flight Tablet or the PMDG? No, to be honest. When it's shipped, the Universal Flight Tablet will have the electronic flight bag app and a performance tool app inside of it. So within that you've got your Simbrief integration, Simbrief integration, your weather data, your OFP, Navigraph charts as well. You'll see that when we land. If you've missed that on the way, really good. So we'll have a little look at that in Palm Springs, and then all your settings menus as well there. And then, as we saw on departure, performance calculations for takeoff, really nice, very easy to use, imports a lot from your aircraft and the OFP. And then we've got our landing page as well, for a little later on. Now the one thing that we might need to do, do we have anything about weights in here? We don't, do we? Interesting. Landing flaps. 30 or 40. We'll run the calculations with both. Packs will be on. Quick turn weight. Interesting. Runway conditions will be dry. We need to change this figure here though in the calculation. Ah, interesting, it's not letting us. Yeah, so it doesn't let us tweak that, which is interesting. Andrew says he would also agree that he thinks Luke, myself, has got some of the best graphics, selection of aircraft and routes. Appreciate that, buddy. Good morning to you as well. Well, I say good morning actually, you're back in sort of UK time actually, so good afternoon. Hope your flights went well. Right, 4074 or 1016. Right, let's run the data anyway. Let's hit calculate. Right, so for that, I think what we're going to do is have a little look at Microsoft Edge. The introduction here for the performance calculations. The tablet's second application currently is a performance calculator. It will take information from weather service, flight plan and aircraft to calculate departure and landing data. Before the calculations can be done, all fields will need to be filled. So I might press the clear button actually and set it. LA Centre's online, thank you guys. I'm not yet in their airspace, but I'll tune in a moment. Actually no, you know what? I've got that entirely wrong, folks. The tablet has got it right. I've just realised, look, displays threshold of 1,523 feet, then the threshold, 31 left, which is our landing runway, followed by a landing distance available of 8493, which is correct. That's what we were talking about earlier on. So actually, I got it a little confused, I've misread it, and it's bang on. I don't even have to tweak anything. Perfect. The only thing it doesn't do is give us recommendations about auto brake settings or landing distance, sort of how long we will be on the runway for, what our landing distance will be. But I think it's more in relation to making sure that your runways are within limits. Jettyfly says, is the update available in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace? It won't be on Monday. PMDG will send it to them and it will be in there in the future, but I have absolutely no idea when. We spoke about earlier on, they're looking at rolling the tablet out into Xbox, but they need to beta test it via the marketplace onboarding process first to see how it works and if they need to tweak anything specific to it working on Xbox. Mr. Aneurysm suggests South Africa to Zanzibar. Matchek says maybe around Warsaw. Badger, Manchester to Bikfa in Iceland. Couple of nice options there. Let's tune into that frequency, 135.55. Rob says he got a nice upgrade earlier in the week, went through 350 meg to 1 gigabecond of internet, paying less now, it pays to complain. Nice work. I think with the runway 2,500 meters, I reckon auto brake 2 and full reverse will be fine. Flat 30. What have we got? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Everybody tries to be bumping prices these days. Even your phone contract goes up every year. Jan, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. Asking how are we finding the Universal Flight Tablet. I think it's really good. What do you guys all think watching? Beautiful down there. Look at that landscape. It's almost Martian, isn't it? Bit of desert, bit rocky, fantastic. Clouds are popping beautifully as well. Badger says, have we seen Valanta? Not yet. Let's have a look while I grab a quick bicky. Probably not yet, actually, because I'll choke. So let's look first. My goodness. Across the pond's alive. It's a bit, you know, I'm sad that I couldn't get the slots that I could have done today. That would have been really good. I was very much looking forward to Across the Pond. You know, I took a day of annual leave, a day of holiday at work to do Across the Pond.
Holding short runway 27, Bravo, ready to go.
But like I put in my community post earlier on YouTube, not, you know, the best plans always need a backup. They don't always work, do they? So that's what that's all about. But blessed today that we could preview the Universal Flight Tablet from PMDG, so really appreciate that. PMDG, very generous as always. But Across the Pond is just utter insanity, look at that. First load are now starting to exit their fact, I don't know if they're going to be across the pond traffic. I think what tends to happen a lot of the time across the pond is you'll get a lot of traffic that will depart before the event traffic because they don't have slots, so they'll try and get ahead of the event to get a little bit of ATC still, and then this is the main body of the event. Look at this.
4621.
Incredible. There's Carlito, Osprey 784. Legend, representing Osprey, love it. And then really nice to see a lot of traffic heading from South America towards Africa as well. I think that's a really nice touch from across the pond, splitting it all out. Jeff, hello to you, says he's just going to call it the new flight tablet, NFT. No. Only the Universal Flight Tablet. Lazarus says he's going to resume normal speed, getting tight on fuel. What was your Mac, buddy? just so that I can make sure I don't bunch up to you again. Blake Massey, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. They were saying Bat Spy is even busier. Mikhail's suggesting somewhere around Asia for flights. Mach 8.2 Lazarus. Oh, that's fine, Lazarus. We're only doing Mach 8.1. I hadn't realised you'd accelerated any further. If it's more efficient for you to do Mach 8.1, let us know, because that doesn't impact us either.
490 radar contact, bottom 360.
Okie doke. Let's. How far are we from their airspace?
598 cross cloud at maintain 11,000.
Osprey 598 cross flight level
oh, there's Zato.
0. Right.
He's made good progress.
Cross cloud at maintain 11,000.
He's on a completely different routing. Probably a good idea because he's in a 787-9 and they are rockets. There he is, look at that, beautiful, really good. He's up there, made some great progress. Captain Finn out of Denver for PSP, the A320 Neo Frontier, awesome. My goodness, the weather there is awful. That's terrible weather. So we're listening for Osprey 495. When he transmits and calls LA Centre, we know we've got to speak to LA Centre. Jan says, what's the most common cross the pond route? Basically JFK to Heathrow, or Heathrow to JFK. That seems to be the case all the time. Jack says, I didn't know where to begin with cross the pond. Where do you go to book slots? You go to ctp.vatsim.net. It's got, across the pond, I've got their own dedicated VATSIM page. They've also got their own dedicated VATSIM Cross the Pond Discord server. What is that down there? That's amazing.
Southwest 194.
Oh wow.
This is Southwest 194.
The old Jarto Monument Valley.
The altitude.
Passing 11.4 for 15.
That's insane. Nathan Heater, welcome.
194, radar contact, climb maintain.
Got to get a screen grab of that.
230.
Jeff says he's driven through this part of the country a few times. It's spectacular. Is that a feature inside MSFS in the US World Update, the Monument Valley bit? Or is that Bing Photogrammetry trying to do its best? Incredible. Stand by. Ah! There's the tablet! We can see the Universal Flight Tablet. And on the first officer's side as well.
Southwest 194.
Epic! Yeah, that is spectacular. I imagine that in VR as well would just be mind-blowing. Just beautiful. What we got? Let's go to that view. Oh, I've passed it now, haven't we? Even that, as a passenger, sitting there looking down on that would just be... I would be sitting there staring out the window the entire time. What a remarkable bit of landscape. Oh, Jeff, we were saying earlier on, I'm not going to do the drive anymore. I've booked a flight with Southwest from Phoenix to Vegas. They've just released their schedule for the flights around that time. Flights from Expo.
Good morning, American 1330. Passing flight level.
So I've gone for that. I was going to hire a car, but the prices had just gone a little bit too stupid. And I thought, I'm not doing it. Oh no!
0720 for American 1330.
Oh! Are we back? We better be back. What the hell happened there? I had an encoder error come up. It says here, NVIDIA NVENC H264 took too long to encode, timeout 6 seconds, and then it crashed the stream. Well, it actually crashed my whole Windows, froze the whole PC up. But yeah, the sim's dead. Ah. Well, actually, this might serve us a bit. It might do us a favour, actually, in a way, because we can also now look at flying. 2 seconds. I've got a very impatient Amazon chap at the door, keeps ringing the bell, even though it says leave it at the door. Yeah, New Sky. We're going to find a new location to spawn at and regenerate the flight with New Sky. Right, bear with us while we boot this. Right. My goodness. I wonder if something around Monument Valley crashed the sim. Don't know. Very weird. It said something about encoder. So it's like my GPU decided to kind of crash itself. Not sure. Anyway, let's think about where we can spawn from. So, we were... I have no idea where we were. We were around Monument Valley somewhere, weren't we? I'm trying to find where that is. Use New Sky Recovery, we will be. So we have to restore flight inside this, and I don't know how to do it. So we'll be guided by this. This will be a live tutorial, I guess, as we plug our way through the restore flight function of New Sky. Yeah, northern Arizona. Got to try and work out where we are, or where we were. So according to Volanta, we were here. Now I've just got to find a suitable airport around that vicinity. Well, we could go to Vegas. That might be too far from there though for the restore function. Telluride's a bit too far back. No, I doubt it's because of the UFT dock, because it's been working the entire time. Not entirely sure what it was, to be honest. I blame my chocolate digestives. Yeah. With the encoder failure that came upon Streamlabs, I think Streamlabs has crashed the encoder, and because the encoder crashed, the sim crashed. So I think it's all come from Streamlabs, which has crashed it all. So Doc says it doesn't matter where you spawn in, New Sky's recovery feature will bring you the last save point. Right, where are we? Where's that wiki? Doesn't really kind of tell us about the wiki too much. My simulator crashed mid-flight. What do I do? Yeah, it doesn't really make it too clear, does it, Doc? So, are you saying then there, if we spawned in Flagstaff as a suggestion, wherever that is. Oh, there, Flagstaff Pulliam Airport. That could be a good one, actually. Yeah, we'll go Flagstaff. It will be a default airport, though. And then we'll go through the Navigraph, sorry, the New Sky feature. So, where are we? Boys, Bob Oak, Palm Springs, McCarran. There's Flagstaff. Oh, I could do Sedona. Oh, that's a tiny airport though, actually, so we can't do Sedona. How big's Flagstaff? Is Flagstaff's runway big enough? Flagstaff. Let me just bring up the charts briefly so I can actually see. It's got on having an ILS. 8,800 feet. Oh yeah. We'll do that. So, ramp 75. Live weather. Bosh, let's get in. Never had that with Streamlabs before. You know what? I'd have been even more furious if that had happened during Cross the Pond. Could you imagine? We'd literally be halfway through. Probably not even halfway through. It's very rare we get these. Hey ho. Now I feel like I need gin and tonic instead of water. Never been here before. Ooh, default airport. Yummy. Okay, so just New Sky, this is what we want. So restore flight. So we're going to click that. Valid data. Doesn't have to be very close to where your flight was interrupted, but the closer you are, the less scenery will be required to reload when we teleport you to your last known location. Oof. Is this safe to do? Is it actually going to zoom me back to where we were a minute ago? Restore last fuel load of the aircraft. Right, so it says prepare the aircraft for takeoff. Therefore, we're going to go to, and I've never really done this before, PMDG setup, state save load, runway, because that's going to take us to a state whereby the aircraft's ready for departure, isn't it? Electronic flight bag, request data from Simbrief. So this has still got our old route in there, which is handy. They're aligned, that's set, they're all on. Engine bleeds are on, isolation packs all set, hydraulics are good, strobe steady. Yeah, seatbelt signs are off. 360. And what was it that we had set? 450, wasn't it? Or 500 actually, wasn't it, for the arrival? And then we have to go into here. I know New Sky's still on your screen, folks, but it's because we're flicking through this as we go. So, fuel, it says minimum 6089, maximum 710. So I'll meet in the middle and go for 6,500 kilos. 6,600. That'll do. Our payload, because we've pulled it in from Simbrief, thanks to this, it's already imported all of that for us, which is good. FMC, boss in it, route, K, MSP, K, PSP. So this is us now pulling the data from the tablet. It's almost like we get the opportunity now to do a second demonstration of this. Now, because it goes, hold on, we're not in Minneapolis. Are you sure about that? It's telling us there that the origin destination for our route is completely different, disagrees with our IRS position, our GPS position that the aircraft knows we're at. So we'll just clear that because we know what's going on in this instance at least anyway. And Sun Country 617. So SCX 617, flight number, activate, execute, arrivals, S-Bono 1, RNAV Yankee 31, EED, S-Bono, execute. I think we're going direct EED, weren't we? EED was next, right? I'll leave DVC in just in case, and then it will work it out from there, won't it? Let's set 336 up on the MCP. So when you're flying on New Sky, our virtual airline client, it gives you the opportunity to basically, if you do get a crash to desktop like we've randomly had today, a bit unexpected, left pumps can go off. I think we're there, aren't we? We'll pop that off, we don't need that on. Okay. So we get rid of the flaps, David, yeah? We'll set thrust a little bit up. And now I'm... And now we're going to press next. Prepare your aircraft for departure as you did during original flight. Insert the same flight plan and flight parameters. When ready, you can take off as usual, retract all flaps and reach level flight, then hit restore state button to restore last location and resume navigation. You have to take off? Below you can find some values from the last state that you can enter into your autopilot in advance. 269 knots, that's quite clever. 269, heading 238. Let's see if this works, shall we? From here. If not, it's going to go horribly wrong. Yeah, buddy. Standard pressure. My goodness. Flight restored. Log will start in a couple of seconds. Okay, let's sort this out. LNAV, VNAV. VNAV's not activating because I've obviously forgotten the init ref, which is not ideal. Cruise 360. Descent forecast winds. Yeah, landing gear, good spot. So this is us now, if you're just tuning in wondering what the heck is going on. We had a crash to desktop. What we're doing now is resolving it. By using a special restore function with our new Sky client for our virtual airline. Actually, quite impressive. What do you guys think? I'm surprised by that. Back in, and hopefully we're not going to cause any problems if we reconnect to the network. I'll wait till we're level at a suitable altitude. The pilot has to restart. Did the gear come up? Yes. Let's get rid of that, turn the lever off. I hope to God I don't spawn on anybody. 13555. That's a proper in-flight restore function. How cool is that?
LA Center, good morning. This is the Velo 195 Burbank. What runway can we expect for departure?
Now we might just need to mop this up a little bit.
Thank you.
Oh, what was our gross weight on departure? It's going to be in here, isn't it? 75.7, wasn't it?
Delta 1068, level 360, inbound Needles.
In it. Boss.
Delta 1068, let's send a squawk 4645.
Squawking 4645, Delta 1068.
Perf in it. We want here.
LA Center, Delta 1602 is ready for descent.
Perf in it request. This should pull it in anyway, and it should sort the rest. So as David has said there, it's best
Delta 16
to spawn on a runway, take off, clean up, then restore, as he said there. That is good to know. Certainly something I didn't know as well, so yeah, very, very useful to know that.
Yeah, you should be descending with the Angel 4 arrival.
Roger, Delta.
Bingo! Didn't even know we were there. We'll have to refresh our flight plan again. It's a shame Valanta binned the route off.
Yep, Turkstream 598, flying 310. Report the field inside 12 o'clock, 10 miles.
What we got? So 75.7. We're just going to have to put it in ourselves here. Reserves.
598, turn right, heading 320.
320, Osprey 598.
3.
LA Center United 511, information
30.
Alpha, taxi 25 right.
United 511, heavy
What
runway
was the
25
cruise
right,
average
taxi
winds?
Bravo.
242.92.
United 511.
That's a really neat feature, and New Sky's free. So, you know, Valanta, for example, Valanta Premium requires you to have.
When you have the field in sight, it's going to maintain 2,000.
It requires you to have an element of.
10 to 2,000 feet. Osprey 598.
Well, it requires you to have a subscription to have their state-saving function working, but as we've just seen, with New Sky, it's got an incredibly good refresh, a flight restore function there that's got us back working again.
Clear for visual approach 31 left.
We'll have to clear that Espono bit.
Listen to this, the Velo 195 is pushback at our discretion or result?
That's correct. Push on your discretion, call with taxi.
It's oddly enough reset a lot of our lights that we had set, so I'm just going to work through this. He's reset that as well, oddly.
So it's 307, runway 31 left, taxi over.
Transponders off.
2 left, taxi over.
Janus, welcome. Thanks for subscribing, buddy.
Hello, Sonic. Good morning. Swiss Ambulance 55 in San Diego with PTC received 7737 in box and Delta.
Good job I spotted that.
Naples Ambulance 5, okay, taxi, runway 27 with Charlie.
Right, where are we? So we just need to make sure we mop this up and cleared it carefully. So now we've got approach reference in, feeding in the data, 75.6. And we'll be quite heavy compared to what we should be.
Okay.
And then we might end up with a penalty now because of this, I don't know. So we've had a first look at FlightBeam Studios Minneapolis. We've had 2 live demonstrations of the PMDG in-flight electronic flight bag, Simbrief integration software and all that. And and a tweak at the Navigraph, sorry, the new Sky thing as well. Bear with me while I just do this. Well, that's linked. That code is now dead. Request new data from Simbrief. PSP. Arrival PSP.
598, the wind is 2905, runway 31 left to land.
31 left, R Yankee. Parking gates. Okay. So we just see on the pins now. What it has done, interestingly enough, is it going to load? Yes, so that has loaded. If you notice here, if I go to VFR, change to switch map. What I've done is it's because of the restart and this new Sky port thing, what it has done is kind of broke the map a little bit. Let's see. Flight tablet off.
598, taxi to parking.
Flight tablet on. Google Map. Okay, that one works. So it did say if you have any problems, you can just press factory reset. Let's see if this sorts it out. Basically, we're forcing it to restart itself. You can do it. Fair enough. That is British Outgeek.
American 74
we need to re-authenticate this.
110.
74-3, plotting 210, vectors visual approach runway 31 left.
210, radar vectors to 31 left, American. 74-0.
RD. Oh, the work when you're trying to recover from a crash to desktop, isn't it?
511 Heavy, on aft to Docker, runway 35 right, clear for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, on aft Docker, 295.
Somebody voice.
Say preference. And look at that. So we press the factory reset.
And LA, this Swiss ambulance 55 in San Diego.
Got a little bit of work for it to do. But it's found us. And it's got our routing back in again as well. So actually, that's really neat. So that shows that this tablet is quite flexible. We've had a crash to desktop, we've used the new Sky port back to crash location, and all that. And even after all of that,
Right 090, runway 3 left, lift takeoff.
It's still working nicely. So we put this through its paces massively today, with some stuff we didn't expect as well, and it's still working. Look. Jack says, "Wow, what an awesome demonstration." Unintentional though. Good grief! I promise I've not been drinking.
American 74 3 to maintain 4,000.
4,074.
I'm so glad this hasn't been across the pond, because I think I would have just
cross,
obliterated with tears if I'd had to crash the desktop halfway through that.
Yeah, again for 1,602.
South 1602, cross circus at 14,000. Cleared RNAV Zulu.
I've got to talk to LA Centre now.
Left approach.
Yeah, David, thank you for reminding me.
At 14,000 and cleared.
So,
RNAV
Sun Country 617.
For left approach. Delta 1602.
LA Centre, good morning. Sun Country 617 is at flight level 360 inbound Echo Echo Delta.
Sun Country 617 on the center roger, radar contact, flight level 360.
It's as if nothing ever happened. Rab says this sim has just gone to the next level in 3 years. It has, hasn't it? It's done pretty good. 176, 617.
Two aircraft. Who's the aircraft calling from John Wayne?
Let's clear that. That'll do. I need traffic mode on. That's on. We've got no squawk. That's fine.
Okay, stand by, construct.
So, let's continue with what we were talking about. Because we're kind of getting a bit close to top of descent now, aren't we? So we'll go to pinned. Oh yeah, I've done factory reset, haven't I? Of course I have. So PSP, S-Bono, I've got to repin them because I've restarted the whole tablet, didn't I? Pin that.
511 radar contact, climb maintain 530.
Parking gates.
Flight level 380, United 5.
There we go. Rightio. Can you check in EFB the route winds as well, Diolio? Yes, you can.
Altitude 495, cross cloud at maintain 11,000.
Cross cloud at maintain 11,000.
So transition level, flight level 180.
Bound strings altimeter 299.0 now.
Needles 1152.
299.0.
Babby clouds. We heard a moment ago someone else said cross cloud at flight 110.
American
So
7403.
that should be okay.
Flying 270, descend maintain 4,000.
From there, we can look at the approach charts that we've pinned.
Surface ambulance 55 is
Bono
ready
Max
for
210.
departure.
So it's this ambulance 65, where I got had a
Mark, hello buddy.
breakdown in my scope. Runway 27, clear to take off.
Ryuk 53, so what have we got here? We want to tune the thermal VOR 1162 because that's relevant to the go around, but the rest is on
Center, American 1330 with
1162.
American 1330, so that descend with the Hollywood 1 arrival, expect the...
and then we can also pop in Palm
ILS
Springs 1155 if we want as well.
Descend via the Hollywood 1
So I'll use VOR2 for that, just in case.
Approach for American 1330.
LA Center, Velo 195, ready for taxi.
Airport elevation 477, so we've rounded to 500 there.
Taxi
You know what we haven't got? Panel lighting up here done.
Alpha cross from 8.
Aircraft pressurised again nicely.
195.
Quick to master caution there as we've reset everything. David, hello to you. Thank you very much. The UFT, it's not an EFB. In a way, there's an EFB within it, but it's a Universal Flight Tablet, so it's going to have a whole suite of apps and functionality beyond what an electronic flight bag can do. Which is why they call it a Universal Flight Tablet instead. But passing over Grand Canyon Village now. Lots of functionality with this. It's a beautiful bit of kit. Look at that.
Center, Oslo Fahrenheit, gate 4, thank you for service, have a nice day.
Bye-bye, thanks flying in. American 74-3, further right turn heading 310.
See what, continue to turn to 310, American 7403.
0307, radar contact 8700, plan maintain throttle 380, turn left direct to Palmdale, Papa.
I'm a bit worried we're going to be too heavy for the approach, you know. I'm going to get an overweight landing penalty on New Sky, but I suppose it's the lesser of two evils, isn't it? Shall we put in the weather at Palm Springs? Let's see if we've got an 80s first.
San Diego 6000.
KPSP.
Radar contact 5800, climb maintain about 350.
No, that's fine.
Up 350 for ambulance 55.
Where is it? It is... Oh, home tab. There we go. Oh yeah, it's because I locked it off, didn't I?
Good morning.
So arrival PSP, pop simple METAR in, 29090, winds calm, 6 degrees. In fact, no, sorry, 17 degrees. (2990).
36, Rod.
(2990), so that's set there. Minimums that we mentioned earlier on, it's on the charts. We can revisit that if we want to as well. 734. So we may as well set that as well, and that's going to go into Barrow up here. Bottom right, PFD.
And American 7403, be able to field up our sight at our 12 o'clock position.
Thank you, American 74-3, cleared visual approach, runway 31 left.
31 left, cleared visual approach, American 7403.
Set.
South 3590, expect visual approach, runway 31 left.
Sun Country 617, so we've got to listen out for.
Expect visual approach, 31 left for 348.
Visual approach? Okay. We could just do that. It's a visual approach, it's down to us. So I think as long as if we stick to RNAV Yankee, as long as we're around Tebuk at 4000, GISOP at 29, we could just fly the whole thing. Might even turn all of the autopilot off and just hand fly the descent. Good work, MPS Gaming, good score, 9-9. Yeah, we'll do that. What's the worst that could happen? We've already had a crash to desktop. Let's get that on. So impressed with that new Sky Restore function. So we've looked at 4 new things today then. 3 of them so far, and iniBuilds Palm Springs up ahead. Let's see. I'm going to set my runway heading, not so much as a course for me to use, just so I have a visual thing at 309 for me to remember there. Ah, and we need to put our fixed wing back in, don't we? Fix. 31 left. 8 miles, wasn't it?
American 1330 cross Seaview at 12000 and cleared ILS runway 25 left approach.
We can do an extended centerline as well actually, so 130.
And clear ILS.
Well, it's done that anyway, 131 at 8.
1330. Delta 1602, the wind is 0404, runway 24 left, clear land.
So we've extended the centerline, outbound 130, which is actually along the line for our approach on runway 31 left at 310 degrees, and then we put a fixed ring in as well, so a couple of bits to help us with a visual approach should we get issued that. Flight level 360, that's all good and set. We've done our forecast and we've got our arrival put in as well. We've checked the data, 210 and 9 below at Espono, and the rest of it there. So got 2 ahead, So that's going to be impacting on our approach a little bit. Top of descent just over 80. We said earlier we were going to go order brake 2, didn't we?
Push on Bravo's approved. Sorry, push on the Delta's approved.
LA Center, Avila 195, ready for takeoff, runway 15.
195, flighting 210, runway 2, sorry, runway 15, clip takeoff.
Flight 210, runway 15, clip takeoff, Avila 195.
Right, 743, wind calm, runway 2 and left, clear land.
American 7502.
Osprey 490, flighting 210, defend, maintain 4000.
210 and 4000, Osprey 490.
Jan says, are we going to have a look at the new Rocklaw? I definitely have pronounced that wrong, so I am sorry, but I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce that properly. From Joseki Designs, possibly. 6-time Dad, welcome to you as well. What's the worst that could happen? We should now find out, absolutely. Strap in. Estimated landing weight. We're going to kind of have to pass Echo Echo Delta. When we pass that, we'll know what the difference is between our Simbrief flight plan estimated, or our planned weights, and what we're actually experiencing now. So with that in mind, we've got Echo Echo Delta. Where is it? Needles. So 4-3.
Okay, where are you right now?
We're at Lake Tahoe Airport. That same little picture of the
Okay, that's with the Oakland
so we've got like a
contact,
turn
and
extra
he's online.
thing.
Looks like he's offline.
That's not good.
Roger.
Well, we might be just within maximum landing weight. 66.3. So we can look at performance tool once again. We go to landing dispatch, import from OFP. Runway 31 left. Landing flap 30. Packs on. Anti-ice off. We import the weather.
Listen, Foxtrot, sorry, I think
Weights
I
are in pounds. So what we're going to do
three on the left,
is go into EFB settings. Change pounds to kilos. Save the preferences. Back to the performance tool.
LA Center, Avila 195, airborne, climbing through 3,200.
3-1 left. Got to do this again. Backs on.
American 74003, vacated, runway 21 left.
66.361.
195, radar contact 3,300, turn right heading 360, climb maintain about 360.
Turn right.
Ooh, that's maximum landing weight.
360,
to the kilogram.
American 5, Romeo Bravo Heavy.
Crikey.
American 5, Romeo Bravo Heavy, go ahead.
Roger, radar contact, follow 400.
Radio. 154.
American 7403, vacated.
735.
That'll do. Is Axonos Palm Springs working? Jetways is a mess. It's an option. It's static jetways too. In option, maybe they look better. I'm not sure.
Sun Country 617.
I've got iniBuilds Palm Springs to Aviator, but I've also checked out the Axonos PSP before as well.
Say again for 735.
Stand by. Sun Country 617. And Osprey 490, flying 270, and send maintain 2000.
270 and 2000, Osprey 490.
Stand by, reach 617, allow to sleep 735.
Is that ATC calling me? LA Center from Sun Country 617. Sorry, I might have missed a radio message.
Yeah, Sun Country 617 squawk is 6735.
6735. Sorry about that, Sun Country 617.
Alaska 735, are you still on frequency?
Thanks guys, my goodness. I've got somebody from work messaging me at the moment, there's a problem at work. And supposedly I have to try and fix that somehow, but I'm not in.
636, runway 24 left, taxi echo.
You know what it's also going to have done? Reset my drone camera. Very sad. Yes.
And then to make straight out the bottom with 3 left, on 3 left to the
3 and 10. Zoom zoom. There we go.
Osprey 490, turn right heading 310, calls be on site.
Right 31.
Yes, he's given us nice simple visual approaches, which actually happens more often than people realise in the States anyway.
It might be a little high the approach if you want to make a right 360 in accommodate you.
Yeah, give me a heading to looks like it's a little high.
Okay, right turn 3, actually let's give you a right turn 040 and continue to send down to 2000.
040, continue down to 2000.
Delta 1602, make a turn onto Echo and taxi to parking.
Let's give you Echo Delta 1602.
Level 195, clear direct to Castro.
Clear to Castro, Vila 195.
And I'm going to 7403, park at the gates. I want to say thank you very much for the ATC and have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Osprey 2472, cross cloud at maintain 11,000, landing number 31 left.
At cloud cross at 11,000 and cleared for 31.
What's the landing en route tab, Jan says? It's for diversion calculations.
Maintain 11,000, altimeter 29990.
Descend, maintain 11,000.
So we can change this.
Altimeter
if we have to, we can go right or LAX. If we think chuffing it, we're going to have to divert to LA. We can click that.
Expect visual approach number 31 left.
And we can select a runway, and we can calculate them with our weights and everything else, order brakes,
490, right turn heading 130
and reverse config.
Right 130 and speed.
Calculating our diversion landings. Because that way, a little bit more complicated, we have to look at our current weights, whether or not we've got systems that aren't working and all that as well.
4879 at LAX, have information Bravo, request clearance to Omaha. Thank you.
David, it's in the pin message, buddy. Monday, you'll be pleased to know. Monday. Lefty Lab Circuits says, dumb question, but shouldn't you be using the landing en route for the calculation? I don't know, should we? Let's compare the difference and see what...
490, turn right, heading 210.
In fact, landing dispatch, landing en route. I think you're right, I think we've got both.
Southwest 194 Lima, space Denver offline, no further ADC available, take advisory.
Import aircraft details, landing flap 30, packs on.
Southwest 194.
Order brakes 2. No error issues. Import weather. Okay, look, required landing distance 84 feet. Available distance 8493. So slightly different bit of information, look. So here on landing dispatch we've pulled in our arrival airport information. It's pulled in the data relevant to that, as well as some brief summaries of our aircraft performance, so what flap setting we want, whether we've got PAX or anti-ice on or off, and some weather calculations. On the landing en route tab, however, there's more data. Half of it's the same as what we've already experienced on the landing dispatch tab, but on landing en route,
and the aircraft that departed
I think this is a little bit like our top of descent calculator as well, almost, isn't it? So prior to top of descent, working out our landing performance and comparing it against the values inside landing dispatch. Really useful actually. So we can tweak the weight to 68.
5 at 17 Foxtrot, okay, cleared to John Wayne Airport as well, maintain 8,000 departure frequency.
What's the maximum landing weight of this? 66.3.
5374.
361. Landing flat 30 pounds.
490, turn right heading 310.
Set. And there you go, look, we've got a little a line there on the runway showing us where we're estimated to stop if we were to just stay on the runway and decelerate with all brakes 2 and reverses.
490, report when you have the field in sight. So yeah, 5 at 17 Foxtrot, go ahead to request your read back.
I'm glad we checked that out now. Thanks for mentioning it.
I'm sorry, say again from 17 Foxtrot.
Go ahead with your read back.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did, but okay, we're clear.
What have we got here? So 66.4.
We'll climb and maintain 8,000 and 5374 on the squawk from 17
Oh, there's no way. We're going to be well over maximum landing weight.
5 at 17 Foxtrot, read back correct. Stand by for the radar.
I'm going to put 70.
Roger, standing by for radar contact.
So we'll prepare for an overweight.
Ground 77, working pressure start on to Charlie.
At 2715, push on Charlie, approved, face east.
East, 2750.
5 at 17 Foxtrot, radar contact, 3,800, climb to 8,000.
We'll test that theory. We'll test 7780. That's roughly where we want to vacate.
Foxtrot, you can join
What's the worst that could
Victor 388
happen?
when able and resume on navigation.
Alright, we'll pick up Victor 388 and then on them.
Osprey 490, still in sight.
490, clear visual approach with 31 left.
Clear visual approach to 1 left, Osprey 490.
Osprey 495, turn left heading 180, descend maintain 4,000, vectors visual approach with 31 left.
Clear left 180, descend 4,000 and vectors for ILS 31 left, Osprey 490.
Negative, visual 31 left.
31 left, Osprey 490.
And we're ready for takeoff. 8636.
So 8636
Adams, they
on
have
after
said
Delray, runway 24 left.
in the future they're looking at adding in functionality, some of the settings, options, functionality bits, the failures from the FMC down here. Things I would imagine like the ground service tab that you're mentioning there.
735, I do have radar contact with your flight.
They're looking at putting that into the tablet, the Universal Flight Tablet, at some point in the short-term future. So what we'll see going forward, perhaps over the next 6 months, 3 months or so, is a
9511,
number of additional functionalities starting to appear in the Universal Flight Tablet, various different apps and things like that.
What do you do when you have a disconnection and you lose everybody? It takes an age to get everybody back.
For CRC?
Yeah.
Control shift slew.
Control shift slew.
Yep.
So
you can do that now. You can drop your tracks now, and then just test it out. Drop all your tracks. Control shift slew toggles it. Sorry, no, it's F4. And then slew, and then you can just.
Oh, the controller's got a problem with his mapping software,
brilliant.
And somebody's helping him sort that out.
Osprey 490, short final.
490 is the
6 times answers, how often do you
runway,
get a visual approach when you are expecting an ILS? Is it more of a VATSIM thing or is it common in real life? In the States, from what I gather, so
1330, the wind is 0404.
Matthew, one of our channel members, is a real-world pilot in the States. He hand flies a lot more than people realise, and a lot of his colleagues do as well, to keep their kind of skills in check at a good standard. So they will hand fly as much as possible the SIDS and the STARS, and more often than not, at certain smaller regional airfields, instead of flying RNAVs, they'll get a visual approach. Even places like Vegas, you might just get a visual approach. Denver, and I think it's more common in the States than people realise.
Send 11,000, that's got 2205.
Which is quite cool.
Then United 14,
I need to send,
13,
just about to call for it.
A firm, United 14 does.
Sun Country 617, request descent.
Sun Country 617, cross the cloud at maintain 11,000, altimeter 2990, expect to be 2 on left.
Cross cloud 11,000 and altimeter 2990, expect a visual 31 left, Sun Country 617.
Los Angeles Center, good morning, November 2901 Delta Bravo on the ground at Palm Springs Signature Apron.
Cloud.
Beechcraft King Air requesting IFR clearance to Santa Barbara.
Roger, I'll get back to you 5 minutes. Night 1413, radar contact, Ottawa 350. United 1413, descend with the Ironman 2, arrival expect runway 24 left.
Descend via Ironman 2, arrival expect runway 24 left, United 1413.
And Osprey 495, turn right, heading 340.
VNAV, whoops.
340, Osprey 495.
So, we're back in.
Clear of the 319.
G-Force range lock.
Roger, left on whiskey, taxi to park.
Left whiskey, taxi to park.
Nah, surely not.
Tower 55 is okay to way to grab
I can see that on my new Sky client. G-Force range lock. Is that going to really screw my points now, isn't it?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out. Say again.
All because of this crash to desktop. Oh, you should do it 6 times, Dad. You'll be fine. A lot of it is the worry that you're going to mess up or something like that, but a lot of the controllers are really good.
This ambulance 55, thank you.
They're all particularly friendly. Not all of them, most of them.
2713, we're ready to taxi 1 to 25 right at Fox.
Osprey 495, turn right, heading 360.
Stand by Osprey 495.
2715, heavy runway 25, right taxi via Bravo.
Right, Bravo Fox 2715.
Delta 8636, radar contact, make sure you
That's
don't
understandable,
turn.
Adam.
Radar vector departure.
I mean, it's basically the same, but it's also a little bit
flight
different.
level 230.
I maintain flight level 230, like 8636.
I probably did have an off-center takeoff split notion, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. I'm more worried about the score now post-flight recovery, because I would have had a slight deduction in points for the off-center takeoff, but
495, yeah.
nothing too bad.
Now, if you can,
I think this G-force log thing, I think it's going to have buggered me a little bit there.
090, send 4000, Osprey 495.
So we're good, we're on profile, 36, that's all good, that's fuel's looking okay, we are slightly heavy, so we're going to have a penalty for an overweight landing as well, but again, that's out of our control because we've had to restart the flight using the new Sky reboot for a continue flight thing.
Sky West, which airport are you at?
Sorry, Los Angeles.
I got you now. Sky 4879, number 25 right, taxi via Bravo.
25 right via Bravo, Sky West 4879.
Los Angeles Center, November 2436, Whiskey, radio check.
55. Delta 1068, turn left heading 210, descend and maintain 4000.
Altimeter saying, are there any
68, repeat please.
South American flights coming up? Check out Paulo Ricardo Sao Paulo Airport.
Left
That could be quite a cool one.
maintain 4000, Delta 1068.
Not been to South America for a little while, have we? And it's a beautiful part of the world.
I'm calling.
Adam makes a good point as well, actually. So VATSIM do a first wings event, and it's angled there, designed for new pilots on the network to get used to flying on the network. With dedicated events for new people. Unfortunately, they've almost become quite chaotic and certainly not good for new people, because what you'll find is, as it's guaranteed full ATC, you'll get tons of people all connect, various different abilities. Some people don't even prepare for their flights, and it's just too much. So avoid the first wings events. As Adam says there, I would agree actually, Adam's advice. I would say the first wings event is not the way to go anymore if you're new to VATSIM. Too busy, far too hard. Keep it simple, do it in your own time, take a lot of that stress and pressure away from it being in an event. Because the first wings stuff has become an event in itself. And I don't think that's very helpful for what we want to achieve. Certainly the first maybe like 10.
Okay, number 2436 Whiskey, runway 31 right, taxi pause discussion.
Certainly the first 10 flights that you do, I think, make a kind of lasting impression on the network. So if you have a bad experience a number of times in those first few attempts on VATSIM, you're more likely to avoid that in the future.
Altitude 495, descend and maintain 2000.
And then you tend probably not to ever connect again. So it's all about having the first good few attempts on the network.
Number 291 Delta Bravo, clear to Santa Barbara as filed, maintain 9000, expect flight level 240, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is on 135.
Yeah, the Axonos Palm Springs was, on my old computer, looked quite good, but...
Clear to Santa Barbara, initial climb 9,000 feet, flight level 240, 5 minutes thereafter, 10 minutes thereafter, departure 135.55, score 4624, November 291 Delta Bravo.
291 Delta Bravo, read back correct, altimeter 2990, runway 31 left for departure, call for taxi.
Altimeter 2990, 31 left, will call for taxi, 291 Delta Bravo, thanks.
Altitude 495, flighting 290.
So it's getting busy now.
Altitude 495, for the right turn heading 290.
290, stay for Nepal.
Altitude 2472, turn left heading 180.
Oh, I answered that earlier, Aviation 50. How'd you get the wing views? You have to set them yourself, buddy.
4000, Osprey 242.
Delta 1068, turn right heading 270.
Right, 270, Delta
You can download various custom views.
Is it 2715 or Eagle at Fox?
So,
and
there's a light at
15
that.
at Foxtrot.
I mean, that looks real, actually.
Right.
To be fair. Where's my favourite view? Where has it gone? No, other way. There we go. Oh!
November 291 Delta Bravo, request taxi.
Adam, that's the first wings event, right?
31 left via Whiskey 291 Delta Bravo.
Delta 1068 for the right turn heading 310, call the field
That's
site.
not what
coming up at
VATSIM's
12
about.
o'clock and about 16
We should all
miles.
be helping each other. That's why I've done a lot of
turn 310, call the field.
VATSIM tutorials on the channel as well.
1068.
So if you are looking to get started on VATSIM, folks, have a little look at that playlist that I've got on the channel, and hopefully there'll be a few bits in there that can help you get confident on the network.
Make straight out departure, runway 31 left, runway 31 right, runway 31 right, clear for takeoff, wind calm.
So,
31 right, clear for takeoff.
I'm going to actually probably configure a little earlier than usual, so extending flaps a little earlier, and all that sort of thing, because I want to increase the drag on the airframe in order to burn a little bit more fuel, because we are a bit heavy. 74.2.
Check your squawk 060.
A lot too heavy.
0601, Oscar 605.
Bella 195, leave my airspace, Oakland Sun is offline, no further 80 spill, change advisor. Good day.
Unicom for Vila 195, good day.
Delta 1068, field in sight.
Delta 1068, cleared visual approach on Bay 31 left.
So that's what we've got ahead of us.
31 left, Delta 1068.
And
that's what we've got planned.
Osprey 495 on the current heading, you'll come up, the fuel will come up at your 1 o'clock at about
Electronic
15
flight
miles
back.
around the field site.
So there we are, over Fischel. We'll be heading over past
heavy on
Eagle Mountain and
runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
25 right, clear for takeoff, unit 2715.
2715, make sure you head 236 after Docker.
Yep, 236 after Docker, we have the church, 2715.
Perfect.
And that's our position on the star.
Okay.
About 54 track miles to go. Night mode as well if you're just tuning in.
Delta 1068 on the 31 left, clear land.
You're joining us at a good time because we're back looking at the tablet as well as we are descending and focusing on our arrival into iniBuilds New Palm Springs. Hope you guys have enjoyed today's live stream as well. It's great to see hundreds of you tuning in. Lots of buzz, lots of excitement for this. Thank you to all of you who've hit the like button as well. 233 likes so far, I love it. And if you are new, tuning in on board for the first time, hit that subscribe button. Monday's flight, Boeing 787-9, we've got to work out the routing again.
581 Fox, respect that approach.
Sky West 4879 and Fox ready for departure.
So don't forget, they work independently from each other. So we can also pull the data in here. Those of you who like to fly first officer can use this tab.
Osprey 495, field in sight.
Osprey 495, cleared visual approach runway 31 left.
Clear visual approach on left, Osprey 495.
And I'll leave the ground chart there up as well.
November 291 Delta Bravo at Alpha, holding short 31 left, ready for departure.
So effectively now on the Tobii Eye tracker,
Roger, traffic's 2 miles out.
We've got our charts up there.
Runway 31 left.
Hold short 31 left, have the traffic in sight. 291
and
Delta
we've got the
Bravo.
runway charts after landing there as well. Handy. Superspit says Orbeck Central is a really good scenery for Palm Springs. The iniBuilds one's really good. If that's the Axonos one, Superb, that you're on about, it's not as good as this one from what we've gathered in videos and images and stuff so far. It's probably half as good as in quality, so it'd be worth certainly worth checking this out to compare. If you haven't bought one yet, it'd be a perfect opportunity to work out if this is what you want.
4879 holding short 25 right at Foxtrot, ready for departure.
The problem at work has been solved thankfully as well, so I can forget about that.
Foxtrot 25 right, line for wait.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Foxtrot line up and wait, kind of small, so going west 48, that's line.
92715, heavy radar contact 6 down 400,
So we're going here, have a quick check of all of this to make sure the settings are as we expected from when we configured it at the beginning of the flight today.
Kevlar 307, Oakland Center's offline, no further ADs available, change advisory, good day.
Just reset a couple. Off switch, new. New shade, yep. Auto ignition, no.
And Osprey 495, runway 31 left, clear land, wind is calm.
Runway 31 left, cruise land, Osprey 495.
Local pressure.
291 Delta Bravo, traffic will be about
990, standby instruments match.
31 left, line up and wait, 291 Delta Bravo.
Delta 1068, left next taxiway.
Remember, Sun Country 617 for our call sign, folks. We're almost
left
there.
end taxiway, whiskey to parking.
It's been a busy one today, hasn't it?
1064.
Well, it's been eventful, actually.
And now 32472, field Silver Clock at 12 miles.
Land at, again, runway 31 right, and then we'll be heading out again.
Now 32472, field Silver Clock at 10 miles, all field safe.
Field inside Osprey 2472.
7472, cleared visual approach on the 31 left, on the 31 left, clear land.
Clear the visual approach, please land runway.
The valley up there is pretty much where we're going. Palm Springs, in fact.
31 left.
Up there somewhere,
Correction,
just in
31 left.
the centre of your screen.
Number 291 Delta Bravo, right turn 090, on the 31 left, to take off, immediate departure.
Right turn 090,
so that's what we're looking at.
Left, November 291 Delta Bravo immediately.
Lower levels, let's turn the heading bug back up again. Remember, it's probably, we've already been told by the controller, this is going to be a visual approach. So let's get the next set of charts up. Approach.
25 west, 4879 on after Docker, number 25 right to take off.
That'll do.
Run out to Docker and then 236 and clear takeoff 25 right to Skywest 4879.
Indian 2513 requesting 5 minutes out.
Okay.
Oscar 291 Delta Bravo passing 800 feet, right hand 090.
And stand by. What's it called? 2205, flighting 180.
180, altitude 05.
Scott, that's it.
2436 Whiskey, requesting 1 touch and go at Palm Springs, and we're going to start the pattern again.
Okay, traffic, I've got 2 aircraft on 31 left. Extend your downwind for now, please.
Sounds like somebody's flying circuits, VFR around Palm Springs, lovely. That's a point to bear in mind as well on VATSIM. If you're flying VFR and you've got lots of IFR traffic, particularly airliners flying into an airport while you're doing circuits in your Cessna, what you'll probably be told is to orbit downwind, because all of the airliners flying in will have priority over that kind of traffic, so you'll just have to fly around in a circle on the downwind leg to maintain separation and allow all of the rest of that traffic in before you continue your circuits. There's something to bear in mind, those of you like VFR, before you dive onto the network, something to consider. If it's really busy, you can't just kind of appear at LA or Heathrow and do circuits in a Cessna, because certainly in the UK, you might be told
November 291 Delta Bravo,
they can't
radar
accommodate
contact,
that.
4000.
The States is a little bit more accommodating though with general aviation, I have to say. Hello to you, good morning.
1000 heading 090, November 291 Delta Bravo.
Big thanks to LA Centre as well for ATC today, really appreciate that.
Hello Center, hello, we are Hawaiian 17 Terminal 3, 1 Delta 33, information kilo on board flight plan to Honolulu.
Arjun Singh, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing.
2436 Whiskey, make turn left and a funnel from the tune right.
Absolutely,
right,
Pete, yeah. You know what I mean then. Flying circuits in real life at Liverpool, it's orbits for days.
Oscar 2205 to Sunday in 4000, ready speed of 170 enable.
Because you kind of just get sidelined a little bit. I remember at Coventry when Thompson Airways were flying in their 737s ages ago. I was sitting in orbits all the time there.
Cat 4879, ready to contact 5000, climb maintain path 310, turn left, direct clipper, resume the occupied departure.
Sorry, 3 seconds.
It's Bono in 10, so I'm going to start decelerating.
Turn left direct to Clipper, resume the occupied departure, climb maintain path 310.
Turn left direct Clipper and resume navigation and up to 310 for SkyWest 48.
Yeah, there is that interesting story.
Delta 2155 on the ground, Las Vegas looking for IFR Sandy November.
Okay, then I expect PDC.
Yeah, it's not a guaranteed.
Osprey 495, again, going with you.
495, left on Whiskey, tank
right of way, is it really?
Whiskey, back on parking, Osprey 495, thank you very much.
Ascot 205, flying
2690 on the ground at Vegas. Stand, apologies, stand Delta 6 with Kilo ready for push and start.
Again, Ascot 205, step please. You called for taxi, please. Ascot 2205, right turn 320.
Right 320, Ascot 2205.
Sun Country 617, request further descent, please.
Sun Country 617, descend maintain 4000, flying 210, vectors vision, material left.
Descent 4000, left 210, visual 31 left, Sun Country 617. It's a lot of information. So 210, heading select, vertical speed mode, now vectors. We're going to bring our speed to 210.
Hello, Osprey 2472, taxiing on Whiskey to the apron.
I'm going to put flaps 2 out for now.
Welcome to pass rings, Whiskey to parking, g'day.
Just to increase the drag on the airframe.
Great job, cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, well in real life though, Rab, the airliners can't orbit waiting for a Cessna, which would take 5 minutes for a circuit, for example. So the Cessna would be told, sorry, you've got to orbit downwind or wherever else they are in position away from the approach path that the airline is in. That would happen in real life as well.
Stand by all aircraft for depart for clearances. I'm going to get back to you with PDCs.
So this controller's at the minute managing all of his workload, so PDC's going to send text clearances to everybody on the ground across the whole of the LA Centre area, trying to kind of manage this workload. Let's have one more look at Volanta to see what the cross the pond traffic is like. There's us over there in LA Centre.
Hello, American.
And cross the pond is insane, isn't it? It's just an event like no other. Look at all of that. It's incredible. Also the fuel burn difference too. Uh, 1,100 above, TCAS, keeping an eye on him. 2 miles closing, or 3 miles and closing. Not visual yet. We are looking. Lights. And he's past us now, slightly above. There he is, got him. Visual.
Ascot 2205, flying
it's an ATR. Epic. Landing altitude set, overhead panel.
2205, what able to set and maintain 4000.
Checked and set.
Descend 4000, Oscar 205.
291 Delta Bravo.
Back 5. Just get a bit more drag.
Delta Bravo with you.
Flight D10 for the spoilers.
Squawk 4624, November 291 Delta Bravo.
4724, please.
4724, 291 Delta Bravo.
Look at this valley, folks. Really stunning.
Ascot 2205, descend 18-2000, and the field will be at your about 10 o'clock at 8 miles, globally inside.
Descend 2000, expect field at 10 o'clock 8 miles, Ascot 205, we'll call site.
291 Delta Bravo, turn left, heading 270, left turn.
Look at this.
Left turn 270, 291 Delta Bravo.
Alaska 735, are you there?
Will be a while to set. Just had a little panic there.
Radar services terminated, fix champion, bye bye.
Terminated,
That's 180.
Ascot 205.
2205,
so overweight.
approach runway 31 left.
157. Change of plan. Flaps 40. 150. So 155 adding the 5.
Hello, American 880. Hollywood 1, maintaining.
Auto brake 2.
American 880, thank you. Radar contact at flight level 380, standby. And you can change your squawk to 676.
I hope he gives us another turn in a minute because we're still vectors 210 heading.
American 880.
And November 517 Foxtrot, descend maintain 5000.
Descend maintain 5000, descend 17 Foxtrot.
American 880, radar contact level 400, descend via the Hollywood 1 arrival. Expect the ILS runway 25 left approach.
Expecting 25 left for approach and descending via Hollywood 1, American 880.
Ascot 2205, wind calm, runway 3 left, clear land.
Land, Ascot 205.
You can see us all on the radar.
Sun Country 617, flighting 290.
Heading 290, Sun Country 617.
291 Delta Bravo, got you. Radar contact, land maintain flight 240.
This controller's fantastic, isn't he?
240, 291 Delta Bravo.
2436 Whiskey, with same intentions.
436 Whiskey, we're doing some orbits to get above
the scenery.
Mountains, and we're going to be heading to Orange County.
Okay.
Fully Center United maintenance on the ground in Orange County on the north ramp, looking to reposition to gate.
So what I'm doing in a minute is helping burn a little bit more fuel, so going down to flat 10 now. 180. So I'm trying to make the aeroplane
American 2690 ready to taxi,
as draggy as possible.
Las Vegas.
So we're using more power in order to achieve all of this. Final command to the crew for the seats. Yeah, what a beautiful part of the world this is. Quite spectacular, isn't it?
There we go.
Palm Springs up ahead somewhere. Not quite visual yet. In fact, it might be there.
It looks like center went offline.
Oh, look at that.
Here, just keep having this new software, keeps getting these buggy, so stand by. Just locked
This
off.
is insane. Oh, I would have vectored myself away, Doc. Safety first. That almost looks real, doesn't it? Really cool. Blake, fantastic frames, yeah. So, missed approach as a reminder, climb to 1800, climbing right, turn to 4000, direct to the thermal VOR 116.2.
Send us back.
LA Center, United 647 at flight level 310.
There's the runway.
Oscar 205, runway.
Not good. I need to get in. LA Center, Sun Country 617. You happy if I start to send visual 31 left? I'm going to go missed in a minute.
No, sorry about that. Yeah, just catching up after that Software glitch, standby. Yeah, Sun Country 617, the field, descend maintain 2000, call the field side 12 o'clock, 10 miles.
Wilco, down to 26, yeah, we're visual of the field at the moment, we're pretty high though.
Okay, alright, if you need to make a right 360, you can do that.
Wilco, we'll give it a shot. So my controls, aeroplane, let's hand fly. Is it 2600? We'll go for a smooth descent down.
Start 2155, runway 26 right.
Welcome back, Andrew.
26 right, taxi Bravo, that's a 2155.
Listen to American 2690,
the thrust.
6, holding short Charlie, at Vegas.
So the controller is maintaining
right, taxi via Bravo.
loads of airports, from Palm Springs all the way to Los Angeles. Because of that, he's got his work cut out.
Southwest 140, 1468,
50.
good morning,
So I'm
sunny
going to set
LA, ready to
155.
contact Phoenix.
Going to maintain our angle of bank here a little bit.
Oscar 2205, skidded taxi to stand. That's 2205, lost whiskey tank.
How cool is this? What did he tell us we can go to?
Center, United 647, descending via the Ironman 2 arrival. We're at passing 300.
Sent to 2000. Thanks, Delta Tango.
United 647, radar contact, descend with the Ironman 2 arrival, expected.
I mean, that was a prime example there of my workload being far too excessive.
United 1413, flying 070, vector values over 24 left.
Done that. 2000.
United 1413, flying 070, descend maintain 2600.
Speed's gone a little bit there.
Heading 070 down to
Still maintaining about 25 degrees angle of bank. Not the smoothest.
5817 Foxtrot, flying 290.
290, 17 Foxtrot.
We'll continue with the angle of bank. Oh, naughty me. I've let us sink there. Sloppy. Come on, Luke.
That was 919, radar contact,
Switch on, boy. Let's keep it stable.
Alaska 2402, sorry, 3402.
Alaska 3402, you're here with you.
Morning, squawk 3306.
Squawking 3306, Alaska 3402.
Sun Country 617, runway 31 left clear land.
That's our left clear land, Sun Country 617, thanks.
American 5 Romeo Bravo, descend and maintain 4000.
Get down flat 15. There's the runway, visual approach.
4,000 speed, 8180, visual 31 left,
We've had our work cut out today. Earning the peace.
Southwest 1468, I from Phoenix.
Call 17 ready for pushback and startup.
What's your start of your own discussion? Call for taxi, please.
309. Flaps 30.
Call for taxi, Hawaiian 17.
Negative. Call for taxi, please.
Look at this is stunning.
Call for taxi,
The
Hawaiian
Universal Flight
17.
Tablet sat there, nice and proud in the middle. Speed. Nice and proactive with that. Can't mess around with speed. Okay, 3-1 left, visual with the runway. One on the left that we can see there. The other one's 3-1 right, it's a lot shorter. The one in the middle is a taxiway. Warnings in the charts there, not to be confused.
Class 34-2, radar contact, flight level 350.
So 155, final approach speed, flap 40 and green auto brake 2 is set, speed brakes on, parking brake
Bravo, flying 270.
is off. We've checked the ignition mode, selected switches a little earlier on, and gear down 3 green, checked. Come on, me.
2436 Whiskey, confirm you are a VFR departure, correct?
Affirm, we're VFR 36 Whiskey.
Alright, check your
I'm
squawk
doing the
code,
best
should be
today, aren't I?
1200.
A little unstable. Let's get rid of the Toby eye tracker because I find that does trip me up at times. Need a little bit of trim to help me out here.
91413, right turn heading 220, join the runway 24 left localizer.
Right 220, join 24 left localizer.
Yes, don't do a Harrison Ford. So that there is the taxiway that they warn about on the charts. Continue. Speed's good, altitude's good. See the displaced thresholds on both ends. Look how short the runway actually is.
Airfield will be at your 11 o'clock, sorry, about 1 o'clock at 18 miles.
Palm Springs, folks. It's been eventful. My goodness. Thanks for bearing with us throughout today's crash to desktop.
100. 50.
Looking ahead.
30. 20. 10.
Whoop. Come on, just about caught that before we slammed it down.
Holding short 26 right at Las Vegas.
Missed it. Positive rate, gear up.
Gear. Too low. Gear. Too low. Gear.
And Sun Country 617 go missed.
Wind is 1604.
Too low. Gear.
Close takeoff 26 right, that's 21 to pick up.
Alright, 91413, you are 4 miles submerged, maintain 2,600.
Gears up, flaps 10 now.
Okay,
2,600, clear ILS 24 left localizer.
Heading select.
5817 Foxtrot, descend and maintain 4,000.
Feel that?
5817 Foxtrot, descend and maintain 4,000.
Down to 4,000 for 17 Foxtrot.
Sun Country 617's on missed approach.
Sun Country 617, turn right heading 090, climb maintain 4,000.
090 right turn 4,000, Sun Country 617.
Right, fire Romeo Bravo, starting 300.
Ready to go, runway
26 right.
26 right.
Heading 300, right field inside American 5 for
A couple of issues there, wasn't it, that kind of led to that. Auto thrust on.
USB SWAT 3, 1 left, American 5 for
Well, a couple to go now, 500 below.
American 2690, runway 26 right, line for weight.
Line for weight, 2690.
Positive news though, that's going to help us burn more fuel. Yeah, that was sloppy from me, wasn't it, really? Because what happened there was we began to compound some errors from that high initial approach that we had. We had to do that 360 orbit. That made us, it started to kind of increase the stress levels a little bit. And then a couple of times in that approach, it just didn't feel comfortable, and you could probably tell that as well from the commentary and the position of the aircraft, to be fair. It started to look really nice, and then all of a sudden, right at the end, the touchdown zones slipped past us.
Runway 27,
can't risk it, especially that's such a short length of runway. It's a bit of a what do they call it? A trick of the eye. Bit of a trick of the eye, that approach, because the runway is actually a lot shorter than it looks. So what have we got here? So that there is a displaced threshold up to this. Then we got the runway. Only that little bit there is the runway. Then we got big displaced threshold, big displaced threshold.
Alright, runway B24 left. Sun Country 617, flying 130.
Heading 130, Sun Country 617.
Right to 5, Romeo Bravo, number 3 left to land, wind calm.
3 1 left, clear to land, American 5 for Romeo Bravo.
5117 Foxtrot, turn left on 190.
That's all good, that's all set. Call the crew, let them know what's happening.
15 Foxtrot, descend 18, 2,600.
Quick check of the rest of the overhead panel, that's all good, that's fine. And quick caution check. Auto brake's good. Let's disarm the speed brake for now, because otherwise we might miss it in checks.
Morning, Center Jet at 43.
And I'll pop that off for now. Jeez!
Jan 43.
Yeah, we were actually VFR repositioning from Grey Butte over to Palmdale to short flight when we can get vectors to join up with the Islands 25.
Jan 43, stay position.
Currently on the ramp at Grey Butte.
Okay, stand by. The American 2690, wind 1604, with 26 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, American 2690.
Sun Country 617, turn right heading 210, descend maintain 2000, advise on your field sight, currently at your, looks about 3 o'clock and 8 miles.
Right, 210, descend 2000 and report field in sight, Sun Country 617.
517 Foxtrot, turn 5 degrees left, join the runway 20 right, localizer, clear down to summit 20 right bridge.
Let's give it another go then, folks.
Now, we're clear for Dallas, approach 20 right.
So we'll pop that on now.
91413 wind 0604,
Light signs,
runway
speed.
24 left.
Speed brake.
Clear to land, 24 left, 90, 1413.
Center Sky West 4879.
Good.
I need to log off to get some food into my kids, but thank you for excellent service and have a great
I'm
day.
going to pop that there just so we
Right,
can see
thanks,
again.
bye-bye.
A reroute.
Dial 2155, radar contact, climb, maintain path 300.
I'm maintain flight level 300, that's 2155.
One with information Kilo Squad 2 and 4 5 ready for
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, call sign again?
I need to get in and say field in sight. Sun Country 617 field in sight.
Which airport are you at?
I'm going to have to turn because otherwise I've got terrain.
I heard two communications at the same time.
Go down flat 15.
Okay, which airport are you at
He's
right
maxed out, so I'm not going to interrupt him just yet.
Las Vegas, Hawaii 17 at Las Vegas Airport.
Okay, just call me for taxi. I don't see you on there for some reason. Are you squawking Mo Charlie?
No, sir, no, Charlie, just now.
Sun Country 617, right 310, cold film site.
5310 and field in sight now, Sun Country 617.
617, clear visual approach him in 3 mile left, on 3 mile left, clear land, wind calm.
31 left, clear land, Sun Country 617, thanks.
5117 Foxtrot, wind is calm, altimeter 3001, runway 20 right, clear land.
Land 20 right, 1
55.
Line 17, heavy, runway 26 right, taxi via Bravo.
Set.
26 right, via Hawaiian
Lap 40. Quick recycle of the flight director.
Southwest 919, decimal to Commerce 2 arrival.
Okay, flat 40 green, gear down 3 green, speed's a little shy again. Master caution, reset.
Southwest 919, December to Comics 2 arrival, landing runway 27.
Brought us in super high, hasn't he, every time?
Comics 2 arrival, landing runway 27 at San Diego for Southwest 919.
Alaska 3402, December to Comics 2 arrival, landing runway 27.
This is where you need 2 pilots. Speed.
Alright, Sirius, Southwest 852, going short 27.
That was 852, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Approaching minimum.
27 clear for takeoff, Southwest 852.
Target 2690, radar contact 7000, climb maintain path 300.
Just about stable there. Try again. Looking better now, isn't it?
Alexander, United 647, are you doing an RNAV approach or ILS?
At 647, back to Dallas, runway 24 left approach.
Alright, I'll leave vectors for 24 left approach.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Okay, nose wheel down and reverse green. Brakes are on. Got to be firm.
At 1413, runway, cross runway.
Lots of brakes, manual braking now.
Sorry, you already crossed that. Echo right on Romeo, tango to parking.
Shot the neck.
Echo right on Romeo, tango to parking. 1413.
That'll be Charlie to parking.
See how short the runway actually is? So much concrete each side, which also tricks your eye. But, my goodness. Okay, next, taxi charts. Sun Country 617's vacated, appreciate it.
617, roger, taxi to parking.
Okay, thanks, 617. Lovely, so there we are. That's the overlay of that, but if we go to the Home tab now, we click on this button here to zoom on in. I'm going to get on the centre line here with the taxiway a little bit better. Here we are, look at this. Got a daylight view, oh, so good.
Southwest 1009, runway 26 right, taxi via Bravo.
So 318 foot per minute according to that, just beyond the touchdown zone. But you've only got one square left of the touchdown zone before you have to bin it off and go around, which is what happened for us. But yeah, as Mr. Aneurysm was saying there, the landing calculation was absolutely on point. So, auto brake off, speed brake off, alt reporting off for that, flight directors off, ignition mode goes to off, probes off.
American 880 cross, sea view at 12,000 and cleared for the altitude 25
lights. And signs. We've got Master Caution, that's the APU startup, that's fine. Stand 14 dock, thank you buddy. Terminal 14. Walk in. We've got a custom GSX profile for iniBuilds Palm Springs, which I've got to say looks 10 times better than Axonos.
The ATIS is currently Bravo.
Look at that tower. Really cool. Very nice indeed.
9647 slotting 070 to send 18
There's our little Navigraph overlay in a geo-referenced area, so we can zoom in, look at the moving map charts and everything else. If we lock the position here, then it stops us moving. The aeroplane still moves, but we can drag that to where we want to go. So we know we've got to go straight down here. We'll take the second right, then left around the apron. To be fair, actually, we'll go all the way down and we'll turn in on Bravo because that makes sense. And gate 14 is just in here.
9647 to send 18 2200.
2200 for United 647.
Alexander Southwest 852 Airport.
Yeah, order brake 3, I think. Oh, you're right there, Steve. Order brake 3 would have definitely been more suitable. That was air raising.
Radar contact 8500, climb and maintain, follow 310.
Look at that for a
follow 310 for Southwest.
Scenery.
Thank you.
We've done it all today, haven't we? We've looked at the new FlightBeam Studios Minneapolis at the beginning. Cold and dark, almost. We had ground power and a few bits turned on, didn't we? Here in the PMDG 737, we've really tested and had a good look at this new Universal Flight Tablet from PMDG, and it even survived the utter hell that we put it through during that crash to desktop with the new Sky teleport back to where we were feature. So yeah, all round so far very impressed with what it's achieved and what it can do as well. I'm sure PMDG will be very pleased once they see this released and everybody enjoying it. Turning right here. Just go here, full screen.
Jan 43, squawk 776.
I've got to authenticate Navigraph on this one. Stand by. So because they work independent of each other, you've got to do the code on each.
Bravo, squawking 7251. 2507, runway 24 left, taxi via Echo.
24 left, taxi via Echo.
Lovely, so we'll just give it a second. That's a bit more like it. Yes. Lovely jubbly.
LA Center, good morning. American 800 flight level 360.
Look at this. Palm Springs, looking fantastic. Such a unique airport as well. Great to see so many people as well. I mean, all of you guys that have flown along today, thank you very much for waiting while we had all of that problem with the crash to desktop. That's pretty mad.
American 899 ready for
There's no stands,
start.
Delta. I'll go to stand 14. It's only it's literally there, isn't it? Look, there it is, stand 14.
Taxi, please.
So, taxi lights off. The iniBuilds ship a custom profile for this, which makes it very, very good indeed.
117,
we just
runway
go,
26 right, line from waist.
we just go off-piste without the taxiway lines then. We'll explore this airport scenery a little bit as well. How on earth did an A330 get in here? I do not know. Barely got in the 737.
American 800 radar contact, flight over 360.
Okay.
There she is, the marshaller.
Do you have a Delta Bravo, descend with a pitfall 1 arrival, and
oh yeah, markings for CRJ there.
Runway.
Roger that, we'll descend with the pitfall
268, welcome aboard.
And we'll wait
Oh, you want to
for,
refresh, Rab? We've got 260 likes, buddy. Not 204. Let's see how well she's doing on the line there. Oh, a little off. Let's steer back on. Where's she going to stop us? Park brakes set. Is it accurate? Oh, it's a little bit above.
And take 47 right, turn heading
oh, well.
220, John runway 2 full off low climb.
Engines 1 and 2. Off. Anti-collision lights. Menu. FS actions. Ground services. Chocks. Okay, so I have no idea what to expect here. So we're going to go onto New Sky. While we do that, I'm just going to fire up GSX and request deboarding. I'm very nervous about this New Sky debrief. I don't know about you guys. 5 hours 15 minutes we've been live. We've almost done across the pond. Jeez. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. It's been fun. It's been stressful though. Let's find out how well we've done, shall we? So there was a weird G-log thing commented on the log not long after we resumed this flight.
117 heavy, sorry about that. Runway 26
7.84. Oh.
26 right, clear for takeoff.
Flight delayed 4 minutes. Off-center line takeoff, off-center line landing. Average touchdown. We had to go for firmness over buttery because of how challenging that runway is actually to land on. Late landing configuration 4 foot below airline SOP, 350 above airport level. Oh, that's penalised me for the go around because we did positive rate gear up and then it's done me below 350. Yeah, that's done me for the go around. Chuffing heck. I'll be able to find out.
American.
Let's zoom in.
899 ready to taxi.
There's our little orbit. Look how close that is to the runway.
Right, taxi, Bravo full length.
Bravo full length, American 899.
Gear up. At 5:59. Yeah. It's literally around the gear up command, it's around 350, so by 4 feet it's penalised me by 1.5 scores. Oh my god, still profit though. My goodness. Right, how are we doing on the outside? Let's have a look. There she is. Oh.
Pushed on you on discussion call taxi.
We'll cook off, Jack.
Look at that. I do love a bit of GSX. Into the terminal they go. iniBuilds, New Palm Springs. Let's have a quick look around as well. The links, again as a reminder, are in the description. Empty inside there. They're in the description if you want to purchase them, including the links to the Minneapolis from FlightBeam Studios and the iniBuilds Palm Springs that we're at the moment. This is quite cool, look at that. It's quite a unique airport really, isn't it? There's the baggage centre. Outdoors, very nice. Have a good one, Scott. Super late for you guys. Appreciate it. And this is the main terminal area, which is genuinely quite an impressive piece, to be fair. So we'll start all the way at the other side and we'll see what iniBuilds have put together for this. The Axonos option here is pretty rubbish. That's quite cool. Look at this. Is there an interior? Looks like it, but it might be with a special.
Runway 26 right, clear for takeoff.
To all gates, so it's just empty.
Delta 2507 on after Delray, runway 24
Again,
left,
empty
clear for
there.
takeoff.
And then you come out the other side into this big old concourse area. Sunny Bono concourse. I assume this is where Bono lives then. I mean, it's not like mind-blowing wowness, is it? Textures and everything, but they are good enough.
Right, taxi full MP Bravo.
Fountain. Wesley, hello to you. Saying hello to yourself. What? We'll go to the gate rooms and we'll have a look at the guys that have all flown along that's still parked around the airport area. This big semicircular, rather open looking gate room area. Ian, yeah, appreciate it, have a good one. Super late. Thanks for flying, I hope you've enjoyed it. It's certainly good enough, isn't it, for what we need in the sim, in a very unique location with, let's face it, some absolutely stunning scenery around. That is petrifying. Pretty cool, right? I mean, there's other bits to it as well, so we could go and have a look over there. We're massively overran, so maybe we'll look at this another time as well. The tower, and then over the other side of the runway, we've got fire trucks probably checking my brakes after that landing. The FBO, so let's turn the camera up. There's 32 right, the tiny little runway. Beautiful paving effects on that runway, look. Here's the FBO. Very different to what Axonos have done. Not too dissimilar, but it does look entirely different to what they've created from memory. Extra hour in bed tonight, absolutely. Yippee! That's it, look. Big old golf course as well there.
647.
So let me zip across to night time.
Runway 24 left, clear land.
You guys can see the emissives here.
Set land, runway 25 left, American.
There's the Atlantic FBO. Runway
2507, radar
guard
contact,
lights there.
4,000, climbing
Look at that for a backdrop.
370.
Incredible, right? There we have it. Thank you very much for flying along, folks. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. We've had it all today, haven't we? Really enjoyable PMDG 737-800 Universal Flight Tablet preview stream out of the new FlightBeam Studios Minneapolis International Airport across to this remarkable Palm Springs Airport by iniBuilds. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the weekend. I've got to go back to work tomorrow because today was an annual leave day. I'm off to go and cook a roast. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Big thanks to our ATC, our fellow pilots flying along, and PMDG for allowing us to preview the Universal Flight Tablet today. If you've missed it, go back, check it out. We started cold and dark, and we focused on a lot of
American
different features.
899 ready for departure.
But I'll see you
25
guys
right,
Monday for some horizon simulations,
American
Boeing 787-9
Land away,
flights.
runway 25 right.
Take care.
899.
I'll see you soon. Thanks for flying.
Number 53850, was that you?
Affirmative.
Okay, radar contact 9000, resume on navigation.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Resume on navigation. 850.
American 2690, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 25 left approach.